no problem. My question is, right now there's so much criticism of police officers here in Salt Lake City and everywhere else. You're under a lot of scrutiny. There's going to be requests for body cam, et cetera. Yet at the same time, your officers have to go out there and protect the public. So how do you, what are you telling your officers about how do you do your job right now and feel good about it, while all these other things are going on at the same time?
Christina, I really don't have to tell our officers anything. It's what they do. They signed on to do this job. It's in their DNA. They are here to serve and protect. We have trained them, and I, as a chief, trust in their ability to go out and conduct themselves to the highest standard. We welcome the criticism and critique in a positive fashion, because if you're standing still or if you're coasting, you're going downhill. You always have to strive to be a better police department. So in the next few weeks, I know the mayor's talked about it, we're going to kind of open up, pull back the drapes, look at some of our policies, allow people to comment on them. Are there things that we can do better? I want to hear that. I want to have critical conversation. I want to have positive conversation. I don't want, and I've said this before, we cannot have meaningful conversations in a riotous situation. That is not productive. We will sit down with anybody to talk about what we have done and what we can do to be a better police department.
How are the officers feeling today? You said they were spat upon. Some of them were, hit with a baseball bat, you mentioned. How are they feeling?
They're exhausted. They're tired, but they will never give up. They're good people.
Thank you. We next have a question from Jennifer Gardner at ABC4.
Hi, thank you. I first want to express our gratitude to the city leaders for this very difficult time, and I can see that it's very trying.
Welcome to today's City Council meeting. We're grateful to have you joining us. As you probably have seen, we continue to hold electronic meetings due to the practice of social distancing. Although conducting our meetings electronically is different from our familiar in-person public process, this is still considered an open and public meeting. For the work session, we welcome members of the public who may be watching our usual live video feeds on the Council's agenda page, our YouTube page, SLC TV, or Facebook Live. Although there is no public comment during a work session, you can join us at our 7 p.m. formal meeting tonight to share any comments you have about any item that is listed for public comment or for our general comment period. Your feedback is always welcome, and you can reach the City Council anytime by mailing us at P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114-5476, or emailing us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or by calling our 24-hour phone comment line at 801-535-7654. We'll now move on to our work session items. Our first item is related to updates on the mayor's proclamation declaring local emergencies for COVID-19, the March earthquake, and recent protests. With us, we have Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, Rachel Otto, Chief of Staff, and Lisa Schaefer, the Chief Administrative Officer. I'll turn the time over to Rachel to let it go ahead and lead us through this briefing.
Thank you, Council Chair and members of the Council. I appreciate your time again this week to update you on a few items. Today, we really are just going to focus on the COVID-19 emergency and our response and recovery efforts. So I'll just quickly start with a brief description of the local data. We just maybe 20 minutes ago received a new batch of local data from the State Department of Health, which I forwarded on to Council staff for you to look at when you have time. The recommendations, just to save you any surprises, are really similar to what you saw last week in the local data. We've seen about a month-long downward trend in all of the metrics that the State Department of Health tracks, but we're still seeing some elevated levels in the Rose Park and Glendale areas. So those areas are still slightly higher on all of the metrics that they look at, but again, we're still seeing downward trends in those areas as well. So I've been having weekly conversations with Rich Saunders, who's taken over the state's COVID response for General Burton, who has stepped aside. So those have been really helpful, and happy to include any of council staff or council members who are interested in having those discussions or participating in those discussions if you desire. That's all I have on the data piece at this point. We haven't yet put in any recommendation or request to move off of orange, but we'll continue having those conversations and would welcome your feedback on where we're at with that risk assessment color system. The couple of items that I wanted to update you on with recovery and response this week are some good stuff, some more fun and productive things that we're doing to respond to the ongoing COVID crisis. And as I mentioned last week, the department leadership is busy working with the mayor's office and putting together our more comprehensive, longer-term COVID plan, which we'll be excited to roll out in the next couple of weeks. In the meantime, I wanted to let you know something I mentioned last week about the Rose Park Connect project, and wanted to just update you on that. So we're seeing slow and steady growth and getting really positive feedback from the community that's working at the Rose Park Connect site, including the partners and the volunteers there. I know it's making a huge difference there, just based on the feedback for people who don't otherwise have access to Wi-Fi or computers, or people to help them kind of navigate those systems to, submit employment applications, school applications, just checking email, things like that. So it makes a big difference. The Glendale Connect public Wi-Fi is now also up and running, and that'll be officially launched next week. So the Glendale Connect allows Wi-Fi access both inside the Sorensen Unity Center in its lab there, as well as Wi-Fi out on the campus of the Unity Center, the bus stops, and the community garden area. So the Wi-Fi out there, you know, in the public space shuts off each night at 11 p.m. and starts up again at 5 a.m. So that's how that's working. And that's, like I said, will be officially launched next week. Sustainability Department is doing this Friday afternoon in partnership with IMS and Utahns Against Hunger. So this Friday on the lawn of the City County building, Sustainability will be there helping people sign up for pandemic EBT. Utahns Against Hunger have been promoting pandemic EBT, which is an opportunity for families that qualify for free and reduced lunch to receive some federal funding. So parents actually have to fill out an online application to get benefits. And Utahns Against Hunger were reporting that the digital divide was adversely affecting that enrollment, which the deadline is August 31st. So that'll be Friday. We'll have a few computers that IMS has supported and sustainability volunteers there helping people get those benefits. So pretty great effort there. In keeping with the food theme, I wanted to also mention that we have partnered in conjunction with Youth City. The Youth City team has partnered with an initiative that's called the Nourish to Flourish. And this began early in May 2020 with an effort of Greater Salt Lake at Fairmount Park. So in June of this year, they began also providing meals for Youth City. And since that time, they've provided 1,825 meals. Those efforts have been able to increase access to nutritional meals to our most vulnerable residents, while also supporting Salt Lake City restaurants. So that's an effort that we're hoping to continue to be able to support going forward, pending funding. Any questions about any of those items?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
When you say, Rachel, pending funding, what funding is needed? And is that from us, from the state, from the federal government?
All the above.
All of the above. That means lots and deep.
Right. So Nourish to Flourish is its own independent nonprofit entity that is, you know, getting off the ground. And I think they're doing a lot of private fundraising. I don't know this for sure, but they've represented to me that the county is allocating some CARES funding to that initiative. And of course, we could potentially allocate some CARES funding with, you know, future allocations to that initiative if that was the desire. And so they're doing private fundraising too. So the more fundraising they do will allow them to expand to more restaurants. And it's a good kind of full circle support because the money goes to restaurants that otherwise may be struggling to stay, you know, open and viable right now. And then the food goes to people who need it. So it's a fun loop there.
Thank you.
Sure.
Other questions, council members? Okay, doesn't look like it. Go ahead and go on.
Okay. And then the last thing I wanted to mention, which we could talk more about in the context of the budget amendment, but I wanted to let you all know that the housing stability funds, the $1.1 million that you allocated to assist low-income residents who have been impacted by COVID-19, the outreach plan is happening. And with council support, the HAND team has started phase 1 of that outreach, which is specifically to COVID-19 impacted communities. That's kind of the first really targeted effort. And we've done English, Spanish emails to Westside Partners service providers to make sure that we're doing that focused outreach first before we do citywide outreach with additional partners and more, you know, citywide resources. So that's happening, and just looking forward to actually getting that money out into the community sooner than later. So the other items that really are most
Oh,
and
wait.
I apologize. I'm having some connection problems, so I may be glitching out a little bit. I'm sorry.
Yes, we lost you for a minute, but you're back.
Sorry. I think the last thing I said was just the other relevant COVID-19 response and recovery items we will talk through in more detail during the Budget Amendment 2 discussion later on in the agenda.
Okay.
And that's all I have, unless I missed anything, Lisa or Mayor, or if there are any questions from the council members.
I'm not seeing any questions. Mayor, anything you want to add?
No, I'm excited to talk to you all about the budget amendment in a bit. So I'll
Okay.
see for that.
All right. Then we will move on to item number 2 on our agenda, which is an update on the Commission on Racial Equity and Policing. And with us for that, we have Katie Lewis, the City Attorney. Hi, Katie.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you today. Happy Tuesday.
Yes, good to see you too.
Thank you. Today, you will be considering and potentially taking action on a joint resolution creating the Commission on Racial Equity in Policing. The reason that you are taking action in this sort of, or potentially taking action on this sort of amorphous joint resolution, which is different than how you usually create city boards and commissions, is to preserve the independence of this board that will be providing recommendations on the Salt Lake City Police Department's culture, policies, and budget. It was very important for them as an organization and for the city that they be independent and able to make their recommendations not as a city entity, but as an entity that's advising and connected to the city. So, but they wanted to do that with the legal requirement under the Utah Open and Public Meetings Act that they hold their meetings publicly in the same way that our city boards and commissions and the city council does. So the Utah Open and Public Meetings Act allows a public body to be created pursuant to ordinance, law, the Constitution, or resolution. And so we've structured this as a joint resolution signed by the mayor and voted on by the council in order to create them as a public body, but a different public body than you typically see with your boards and commissions. If you have any questions about the commission and their work, I'd be happy to talk to you about my participation in their meetings, or I'm sure Rachel or the mayor could. But what you're thinking about today is actually the mechanism to make them a public body, so that going forward, all of their meetings will be subject to the Open and Public Meetings Act.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions about that? Okay, doesn't look like it. Then let's move on to agenda item number 3, which is an ordinance that would amend the zoning map for Richmond Street. And for that, we have Brian Fulmer from the City Council office and Chris Earl, an associate planner from the Planning Division. I also have available Mike Ackerlow, the applicant, and Todd Reeder, the applicant.
Good afternoon. As you mentioned, this is a proposal to rezone some properties located at 2960, 2964, and 2970 South Richmond Street from R1 7000 to RMU 45. The applicant, which is the Community Development Corporation of Utah, intends to demolish the existing 2-family structures. There are 2 of them on the properties, and build a 4-story building with approximately 80 affordable housing units. And these properties are within one of the city's high opportunity zones for affordable housing. The applicants are in the audience, as it were, and available to address the council. So now I will turn it over to Chris Earl.
Brian, Chris has actually messaged me on Teams. He's having a hard time getting logged in. So I'm here. I can answer any questions if you'd like.
Let me see if I can send him the link, John.
Okay, thanks, Brian.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
while we're waiting a little bit for this, I did forget to ask a question to
Oh.
Rachel, and I'm happy to wait if we can come back to it till after this presentation.
No, go ahead and ask it if Rachel's still available.
Anna had texted me, Councilmember Valdemoros texted me, knowing she was going to be a little bit late, and wanted to follow up on, hold on, I'm going to sneeze. It's not COVID, I promise, just a sneeze. We wanted to follow up on the frequency that we had talked to, the cleanup frequency, if you will. I don't know if we're going to get into that later. Just with our populations experiencing homelessness and some of the things that we've been seeing down on North Temple, under the viaduct over here in my district, down by the ballpark. And last week, we talked about increasing some cleanup with those communities, and we were wondering if there was some follow-up on that.
Yes, thank you. We met right after the council meeting last week where the council requested us to come up with a proposal on the increased service to those areas you just mentioned. We're working on that proposal and working through what would be needed to produce what outcomes so that we can give you a really realistic picture of who can do the cleanup, how frequently they can, what cost results would be. We want to make sure that we all have a really clear picture of what is accomplishable by our current contractor and whether we may need to look outside of that and all of those pieces. So I'm hoping that we can have something for you in the really, really near future. I'm trying to get an update on when we might have that. And I'll let you know later in the meeting if I get a clearer timeline of that, but I'm hoping in the next week or so.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, did we resolve our issues with getting Mr. Earl?
You know, I don't see his name on the list, and I don't see Brian. But if you'd like, I'm pretty familiar with the project. I reviewed the staff report before the Planning Commission meeting, and between myself and Mike Ackerlow from CDCU, we should probably be able to answer all your questions. I apologize for the connection issues.
That's okay.
I just sent the link to Chris, so hopefully he'll join us shortly.
Okay.
Yes.
I apologize for that.
That's okay. All right, go ahead.
So this is a project, as you mentioned, going from a single family zoning to an RMU 45, which is a mixed use zone. There's a couple of duplexes on there now, so it's a non-conforming lot now. It hasn't been conforming as a single family zone in quite some time. During the public engagement process, we did hear some feedback from the community about potential traffic issues, which is probably not surprising. It's something we hear a lot throughout the city. The Planning Commission did recommend approval for this rezone based on a lot of factors, but trying to rely on, of course, our adopted master plan documents, which there is some conflicting statements. As we know, we have plans now that are 15, 20 years old. And so sometimes taking some of those and comparing them to our more updated plan, including the housing plan and Plan Salt Lake, which clearly show that, that we are meeting those goals and standards by moving forward with the rezone. So staff recommended approval. As I mentioned, the Planning Commission did as well. And we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions, council members? Councilmember Dugan.
Could you refresh my memory on the it's 80 units and the affordability level? Are they all under 80%, 60%, or is there a mix between 30 to 80% below AMI?
Mike, could you answer that?
Sure, you bet. So let me clarify a little something on the number of units. The staff report does say 80. We were able to talk with Chris earlier, and we wanted to clarify that our application for the tax credits is for 55 units. The reason it does say 80 is in the event we don't get tax credits, we are still under obligation with our agreement with the RDA to provide affordable housing. So we may need that density to increase so that we can get the affordable housing there without the tax credits. However, assuming we do get the tax credits, 55 units will be built. The AMIs range from 25% AMI to 50%. So it's a good, deeply affordable project. When we look in the vicinity, just down the road, we have Brickyard. One of the great things about this project is it provides a place for people who live in those or who work in those retail environments to actually live where they work. And so this would provide affordability with rents ranging from $387 a month to $1,200 a month. So very affordable. The other great thing that we're proposing, excited about this as part of our application, is that 11 of the units are 3-bedroom, 6 of the units are 4-bedrooms. So it would also include housing for families, affordable housing for families. So does that answer your question, Councilmember Dugan?
Yes, it did. Thank you very much, because you answered my second question was about the family, so appreciate that. And then one more question just about the parking side of the house. How's that? Is there an exception for that, or is it just a standard zoning parking?
Yeah, there isn't any exemptions been requested. So at this point in time, they would just need to meet the minimum parking standards.
So one clarification on that, I believe the zoning allows with affordable housing to go down to half a stall per unit. However, we are not doing that. We'll be still meeting the 1-to-1. We are at about between 55 and 60 stalls. So even with that exemption, we won't be doing that. We'll be meeting the standard requirement.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Mono.
Thanks. I'm wondering if you could just elaborate a little bit on what, if anything, about your proposal was changed through the engagement process with the community, both at Community Council and Planning Commission stages, if there's anything that was added or changed in response to that. And then on one thing specific that I noted in your, I think it was your letter to the Community Council, you showed a lot of like roof and wall greenery and things like that. Is that still part of the plan, and how is that going to be incorporated?
Sure. So the first question, responding to the community comments, we had at least 3 meetings with the Community Council over there to talk about their concerns or issues with the project. Obviously, parking was the big one, which we think we've addressed. In terms of design, we initially, although this wasn't a design proposal, it was more for just massing to see the number of units that could be built on the site. It was more of just a straight building that went back to the property, to the back of the property. Some of the concerns were an imposing building on the surrounding units and or surrounding existing residential, and we wanted to make sure we weren't doing that. So we've been able to move the property up from the rear. I don't remember the number of feet. I want to say 30 or 40 feet up from the rear of the property, so it's not up against that west property line. And then also on the front, on the Richmond side, one of the things that came up from the community was, is there a way to maybe design this in L shape where we have, rather than just a straight building, more of an L-shaped building that has more of a presence on Richmond. So we've included that in our design. So you'll see more of the building on Richmond, which also allowed us to pull it back even further from that west side. So that was really helpful. In terms of landscaping, we are looking at a number of things that we can do to help green up that site. Obviously, just right on the site itself, in the ground, we'll be planting plenty of trees and making sure that there's a nice green shield, that landscape barrier to the neighbors to the north and to the west. And then also we are exploring the a possibility of any rooftop or greenery on the sides of the building. We would love to see that there. It does soften the building a little bit. It also does provide, helps reduce carbon footprints and so forth. So that is something that we are working on in our architectural design. We hope to include that. Of course, it comes down to some cost issues, and this being affordable, we have to look at those. But we would love to see that incorporated on the building.
And Mr. Chair, I have a question for John as well, if that's okay.
Go ahead. Yes, please.
Thanks, Mike, for those responses. John, just a question on the zoning. I think one thing that's unique about the shape of this is that little tiny finger that kind of goes north on the east edge of the property. Given that it's a pretty different zone from the abutting property, is there anything that you foresee that, like, I know it's not planned, but that could go up in that little finger that might cause shade or view issues for the neighbors next door? I assume the answer is no, but I just want to double check that that little finger doesn't cause any kind of unforeseen problems for the neighbors.
Yeah, there's not, you can't have parking in that portion of the property, so it couldn't be parking. I just couldn't see with setbacks how you could get a structure in there. It's just too narrow, and so if anything, they will have to landscape it, and anything adjacent to those single-family homes will actually have to have a landscape buffer installed of 7 feet. So I would just foresee, and I'm sure Mike, you probably would agree, it's probably just going to be a landscaped area.
It is, correct. We hope to make it more of an amenity for that community, benches or trees, whatever it is, just to make it a little safer and more presentable area.
Okay, that'd be great. I think that using that extra space to help the community would be a good move. Thanks.
Any other questions on this project? Okay. Thank you for being here, Mike and John. We appreciate the information. Thank you, Brian, for the brief. We'll move on to agenda item number 5, which is, oh, sorry, go ahead. Yes? Nope, okay. Agenda item number 5, which is a rezone at 989 East, 9th South. And for this briefing, we have Brian Fulmer again from Council Office, David Echeverria, Senior Planner, and then also Stuart Gray and Ryan Littlefield, the 2 applicants available.
Thank you. So this proposal is to rezone the property at 989 East, 900 South, which is currently split zoned. The west half of the property is zoned community business, or CB, and the east half of the property is zoned RB, or residential business. The applicant would like to change the east half zoning to CB, so the zoning for the entire parcel is CB. And you may recall this property is where Contender Bicycles is located. And the property owner stated he's considering building expansion, but to date, no development plans have been submitted. And the applicants, as you mentioned, are available to address the council if you'd like. And with that, I'll turn it over to Daniel.
Hey, Brian, if I could interrupt, and just Mr. Chair, I think you may have skipped an agenda item. There was a rezone on Redwood Road in between.
Oh, you're right.
3 items, this item.
Okay, can we just do them out of order? Is that okay?
Oh yeah, I think it's fine. I just want to make sure we don't miss it.
Yes, thank you. Sorry about that. So we're on item 5 right now, and we'll go back and do the number 4 after this. But go ahead, Daniel.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to share my screen if I could. Oh. I have that, the sharing ability. Thank you. Okay, so this is a request for a zoning map amendment for property at 989 East, 900 South. It's initiated by the property owner. Property is just east of the 9th and 9th intersection, is occupied by the bicycle shop Contender Bicycle. So you can see on the zoning map on the screen that this property is split zoned, with the west half zone CB, or community business, and the east half zone residential business, or RB. So the applicant's requesting to rezone just that east half to CB so that the entire property is CB. And the reason they are requesting the change is that they are exploring expansion options to their building, and they'd prefer to be developing under one consistent zone. So with the rezone, we compare the zones, their compatibility with the master plan, and potential impacts to adjacent properties. And in this case, the commission forwarded a positive recommendation as the proposal generally complies with the master plan and would impose better regulations for compatibility and building design than the current RB zone. I'll quickly go over the considerations related to that. So as part of the analysis, we compared the development potential of the current and proposed zones. You can see that on these aerials. The current limitations of the RB zone are on the left. You can see on the east half of the property, you have a 10-foot front setback, 10-foot corner side setback, and then you have a 50% lot coverage limit on that side of the property. Whereas with the CB zone, you wouldn't have any of those setback limitations, and you wouldn't have the lot coverage limitation. So really the zone would allow for greater lot coverage and allow additions closer to the sidewalk than the current zone would allow. So this slide has a comparison of the design controls in each zone. Both zones have the same height limit, but a key design difference with these zones is the RB zone has very few facade design requirements. It really only requires a door on the front facade. Whereas with the CB zone, you have additional design standards like 40% minimum glass for pedestrian interest and 15-foot blank wall limit so that there's some variation in the facade. Additionally, the RB zone has no roof style controls for additions to existing flat roof buildings. So we can't control the style of the roof for compatibility with the neighborhood. Whereas with the CB zone, it does have controls that would kick in for any large additions or new buildings. And that would be through the design review through the Planning Commission. So the RB zone, really, there are virtually no design controls for commercial style buildings like the one on this site. It really just works to preserve existing residential style buildings. Whereas with the proposed CB zone, we have comprehensive design controls through the design review process, which would be required for any large additions or new buildings. And you have some of those basic facade design standards like the glass and the blank wall. So as part of this, we also look at compatibility with the master plan and the future land use map. In this case, the property has a low density residential mixed use designation. And the plan defines this as properties with low intensity commercial uses and small neighborhood uses. It also supports a mix of residential with businesses at the ground level and supports small commercial uses that maintain a residential character. So neither the current RB or CB zone fit perfectly within these parameters, but they both generally fit. They both do exceed the density limits, but they both support low intensity uses and allow for mixed use. They also have some residential design controls, but the RB zone's controls wouldn't apply to this building since it's an existing commercial building, whereas the CB zone's controls would through the design review process. Overall, because this property is already a flat roof commercial building, the CB zone will provide those better design controls for things like roof style, scale, and compatibility through the design review process. And it's generally compatible with the master plan guidance for uses on the property as well. So the last consideration is potential impacts to adjacent properties. In this case, the property generally has few impact concerns to the west where it's already zoned CB. Additionally, to the south and the east, it's buffered by streets. To the north, there is a single family home in an institutional zone, and there isn't a base requirement for a buffer next to this property. But there is a parking lot on that side of the building, and under any of the development scenarios with this proposed rezone, we'd anticipate that that parking would remain as they're barely meeting their parking requirement now. So they wouldn't be removing parking if they're doing any sort of expansions that would go in that area of the property. So, and due to that, if they did do a larger addition, they would go through a design review process where the Planning Commission could impose even additional buffers beyond just a landscape buffer along the parking lot. So due to that, there's really limited potential for negative impacts, potentially greater compatibility protections with that design review process. So with that, the Planning Commission did forward a positive recommendation as the zoning is generally compatible with the master plan, and the CB zoning would overall provide better regulations for compatibility in building design. One note on community input, we did receive a letter from a resident and property owner in support of the proposal. And we did receive a letter in support from the local community council. Otherwise, we didn't receive any concerns. So with that, I can take any questions, and the applicant is also here to speak to the proposal as well.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. Daniel, I'm wondering if you could elaborate on what you discussed about the potential buffer to the single family residence to the north. So if the applicant in the future decided to propose a building that perhaps was a large addition, that would automatically trigger a design review process. And within that, the planning commission could just say, well, we require the 7-foot landscape buffer against that single family residence, even though it's in an institutional zoning? Or how would that process work? And is that written in code, or it's just something they would come up with themselves?
Yes, so as part of changes to the CB zone a few years ago, there were some special considerations included in that for anything that goes through design review. And one of those was compatibility and setbacks. And it specifically says that the planning commission can impose additional setbacks and massing changes to reduce the impacts on adjacent properties. And those were added for compatibility concerns because we were applying the CB zone in other areas.
Okay, and did we get any comment from the occupant or owner of that single family residence?
We didn't. They did receive multiple notices though.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, sorry, I can't see people's hands right now. So if you have a question, just politely interrupt.
It's Andrew. Thanks, Daniel, for that. I had a similar question to Councilman Mono. The design review is not automatic, though. That would have to be requested per se.
It would be automatic if they reached a certain square footage threshold. And in this case, if they expanded the building about a third, that would kick in that design review process.
Okay. So that was my concern about why go CB versus RB. Was on a side note, was RB set up specifically to retrofit old homes into commercial work? Is that the reason for that zoning?
It was to preserve those existing residential homes that had really already been converted to commercial uses and kind of preserve that character.
Okay.
So it works well for those properties. It doesn't really impose very much for an RE commercial style building.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yes. Go ahead, Councilmember Rogers.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Daniel. Question for you. With this, if this rezone goes through, what do you think the likelihood is of the northern property triggering some sort of spot zone there?
As far as possibly asking for a rezone of their property?
Yeah.
I couldn't, I guess, speak to that. The future land use map does call for that property to remain institutional. I'm not sure why, and I wasn't able to figure out why that was ever zoned institutional. They are an existing single family structure. We consider them conforming. They just don't have, because they're an institutional zone, it doesn't have those buffers automatically applied to them. But they could come in for a rezone to a single family use or zone.
Okay, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Any other questions? Or would the applicant like to say anything?
Yeah, this is Stuart Gray, and I'm working with Contender Bicycles. I'm working as their designer on the project currently. We haven't actually done a whole lot in terms of studies. They've been pretty busy due to the massive increase in bike sales. So we haven't taken a lot of time to really explore the options in terms of how the lot will be used. But for many of the concerns that were addressed earlier with regards to what does RB do versus CB, and those were the same challenges the owner was facing. The RB just didn't even really play into the commercial building that was already there. And by moving to CB, it simplifies our capacity to be conforming in a way that plays well with the current neighborhood, which is a primary driver in asking for this zoning amendment. It's just so that it can, the property itself, at least for this particular owner in particular, can stay on that track that they're already on and be conforming. And that's really the primary driver for us to move from RB. RB just doesn't have the provisions to help them effectively design around the current structure they have.
Okay. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Dugan.
Just spurred a question maybe about parking. Is there a difference in the parking requirements for the RB and the CB?
No, it's just based on the use. And they currently have retail use, so it'd be 2 spaces per 1,000 square feet. And they're right on the edge of their necessary parking right now.
And that's for both zones?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, great. Thanks so much, Daniel. And thank you to our applicants for being here. So sorry, we'll go backwards to item number 4, which is a rezone and master plan amendment at 261 North Redwood Road. We have Brian Fulmer from the council office and Sarah, senior planner from the planning division, and we have the applicant available as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is another split zoned parcel that the applicant would like to amend the master plan and zoning map amendment for. It's approximately 2/3 of the property is zoned R1 5000 residential, and the other third is RMF 35, which is moderate density multifamily residential. And the applicant would like to change the zoning of the entire parcel to the RMF 35. They indicated to planning staff the rezone is anticipated to allow for redevelopment of the site with additional housing. Again, the applicant is available if the council would like to hear from them. And with that, I'll turn it over to Sarah.
Thank you. Could I have the presenter controls and share my screen? Thanks. Hold on just 1 second. All right, can everyone see that now?
No.
No, okay, hold on just a second. Let me go ahead and go back.
Sarah, if it's any help, I have that presentation pulled up as well. I can share it on my screen if that's easier.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would be easier. Sorry about that. So as Brian was saying, it is a proposal to rezone a split zone property from R1 5000 single family and RMF 35 moderate density multifamily residential to all RMF 35. This requires a master plan amendment for low density residential to medium density residential. And also, as Brian had said, the rezone is anticipated to allow for redevelopment of the site with additional multifamily housing. If you could go to the next slide, you can see a little bit broader context there. The property is on the west side of Redwood Road. It's approximately a 1/4 mile north of North Temple, and it's also north of several properties that are zoned TSA, where there are apartments under construction or recently constructed. And then on the third slide, you can see the existing zoning. It shows the split zone of the property. This is a result of a 1987 rezoning that affected approximately 750 acres. At that time, there was concern regarding more intensive development of properties in the area. You can see that the property to the south is zoned RMF 35, and that further to the south are TSA zoned properties. To the east is another TSA zoned property, and then to the north and west are single family zoned properties. On the site right now, there is an existing 4-unit building, and there is enough land for 1 additional unit. The R1 5000 zoned area has enough land for 5 units, but that might be difficult given site constraints. And the proposed zoning would allow for up to 26 units. As far as the master plan amendment, the proposal is consistent with Plan Salt Lake, Growing SLC, and the North Temple master plan. The Northwest master plan, which is from 1992, does not call for changes in this area, but the proposal would provide a transition from the more intensive development that's further to the south. It would also provide additional housing and infill development on an underutilized parcel. And the Planning Commission recommended approval of the proposal. Thank you.
Okay. Questions from anyone?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do.
Yeah, go ahead.
What about community response? I know during this time with COVID, I don't know how easily it's been to get in contact with them, but how's the response been?
There hasn't been much response from the community. The Planning Commission hearing was originally scheduled right as COVID was starting, and I didn't receive any comments prior to that. And then I believe there was one person that spoke at the public hearing on about the project, and that was it.
Did they speak in favor or in opposition to the zone?
I believe it was, let me see, they just had concerns about whether there would be affordable housing and whether this would be taking away housing that was affordable for the, and then having additional housing that wasn't as affordable taking its place. And I don't have details from the applicant as far as the type of housing that's proposed. There hasn't been a development proposed as part of the submittal.
Okay. Would the applicant like to speak or add anything?
Mr. Cameron, you're unmuted.
Sorry, Mr. Cameron, we're not able to hear you even when you're unmuted. Can you unmute Mr. Cameron and let him try one more time? Okay, sorry, Mr. Cameron, go ahead. Oh, yeah, no, we're not getting anything.
Mr.
Okay.
Cameron, just ensure that the microphone isn't muted on the keyboard.
On the chair's keyboard?
No, on his.
His keyboard, okay.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question in the meantime?
Sure.
While we're waiting for maybe Mr. Cameron to get on, it looks like Gemini Drive dead ends at the back end of that parcel. My guess is it doesn't go into the parcel, it just ends there, but is there any consideration for the impact on that entrance versus the Redwood Road entrance in this rezone?
You're correct. The drive does end right at the back of towards the back of the parcel. I think we did give some consideration to how any development might affect that, but there wasn't a development that was submitted as part of the project to provide comments on. But there are, I believe, 2 houses on Gemini Drive that could potentially be impacted by development on the property.
So is there any setback requirements for those residential properties for this zone, the new zone potential?
Right, the RMF would have a setback requirement for those single family zoned properties. There'd be the land required landscape yard.
What's the setback, do you know offhand?
I don't know offhand. Let me take a look at it.
I'm just wondering, it's a pretty narrow piece of property, and a significant setback would essentially render it not useful unless it's for open space or some other.
Right, there's an interior side yard setback of 10 feet for multifamily dwellings on RMF 35. And then there is a required landscape yard for front yards and corner side yards as well.
Okay. And would this displace one single family residence? Is that right?
There's one building on the property right now. There are 4 units in it.
4 units. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
So,
Go ahead, Councilmember Dugan.
yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the kind of same concern, because if I look at the property to the south, the building takes up the whole lot of about, it looks like the same dimensions. So thinking the parking and the access to an apartment building with both the setbacks on the north and the south, and how you're gonna build something there and still have parking.
Sure. Well, they would be required to build the parking that's required for RMF 35, and to meet those requirements. And there isn't a development proposal at this point to show how that would be accommodated.
And one thing to mention, Councilman Dugan, is the RMF 35 does come with some pretty strict density regulations. And so the number of units on this property would be limited. I think, Sarah, you said 5 units would be allowed on that size of property.
Well, there's RMF 35 would allow 26. The R1 5000 would allow 5.
So if you look at
the property is about an acre.
Yeah, and if you look at the development to the south, was developed under different standards, and so it is a lot more density on those properties than will be allowed on this one property.
I have a question, Mr. Chair. So, one sort of thought that came to mind is what would happen if the applicant later tried to subdivide that, since he has there's 2 access points, Redwood Road and Gemini Drive. Would that be allowable, and how might a building on the back parcel that's fronted on Gemini Drive even look? And I don't know if that would be more or less impactful to the neighborhood. I'm just wondering if that's something that was considered.
Sure, the property could be subdivided as long as it met the minimum lot standards for the zone, which since it's nearly an acre, it could meet those. And it could be accessed it could potentially be accessed off of Gemini Drive.
Okay, thanks. Chris, you're muted.
Whoops. Sorry, I said I don't see any other hands. Mr. Cameron, did you have anything you want to add?
There we go.
Say again?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, you can?
Yes.
Oh, great. What was the question? Sorry.
Just anything you want to add?
Well, yeah, the thing I was hoping to build was either the 26 unit apartment or the 26 unit townhomes, low income homes.
Okay. Okay. Anything else you want us to know?
No, there's nothing else I can add. It's just that there's a fourplex sitting on the property right now.
Okay. Okay.
Right at the front. So it's my first time doing this.
Anyone have any questions based on that information?
Well, is there now what was it? The information is will you rezone it?
No, I was asking if the council members have any questions based on the information that you just gave us. And it doesn't look like anybody has any further questions, so I think you're all set.
Okay.
Okay.
Awesome. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Chris. I had a hard time logging on. I'm not good at computers.
That's okay. Well, we're glad that you were finally able to join us. So
yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Somehow I got it to work. I don't know how, but I got it to work.
Nice. Well done.
Yeah.
All right, we will move on then to agenda item number 6, which is an ordinance for budget amendment number 2 for fiscal year 2020 to 2021. And I will turn the time over to the mayor and her administration to walk us through this.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, for giving me a chance to introduce the budget amendment proposals to you all. Of course, there's a lot of details in your packet, but I would like to give you a high level of what we're requesting. And there's 4 basic areas. One is grant related. Another is around proposals that are aimed at assisting our employees in Salt Lake City Corporation with their COVID-related needs. The third area is around proposals aimed at assisting short-term COVID-related needs throughout the city for our residents. And the fourth would be long-term equitable COVID recovery strategies that we're putting on the table for you to consider. The 2 grants, one is the CARES funding. Please accept the CARES funding. It's $5.6 million and a little bit more, which is coming, of course, through the federal government and Congress. It is hopefully the first of 3 tranches of that amount of money that we'll be receiving. There's a second one that is CARES funding. It's $290,000, and that reimburses 25% of the costs associated with the general fund, with all general fund overtime related to COVID. Into the second category around the employee assistance, we are asking for about $2.3, almost $4 million for hazard pay. And you've probably heard about this happening in other parts of the country. I'm not sure that any other cities have done this yet in Utah. But we are proposing to give a $1,000 bonus to all frontline employees who worked during the pandemic. It would be all those employees that were not covered under the CARES Act FMLA within these specific departments: the airport, fire department, police department, public services, public utilities, and sustainability. So we have a suite of employees there who weren't covered by FMLA CARES Act dollars, and we would like to give them this $1,000 bonus. The second piece is assisting our employees who are able to telework and have been teleworking with equipment to make it more ergonomic and easier and comfortable. That includes additional monitors and laptops, docking stations, keyboards and mice, all of those kind of things. Those requests would be reviewed to ensure that they are appropriate for us to use that funding for, and it's about $204,000 we're asking for. Internet allowance is another piece of that teleworking pie. And obviously, all of us working from home, we've probably been using the internet more than we ever did before. And also, some of us have had to upgrade our internet service to be able to do this kind of work. So it's $187,000 we're asking for. And that would be a $50 a month internet reimbursement for 4 months for each employee working from home. It would just be paid as a one-time reimbursement, not ongoing. Going into the third category of the short-term COVID-related needs citywide, $150,000 is requested for PPE, and these are requests that we've had coming from different organizations and different partnerships that we have, but particularly working to support our community members who are hearing impaired. It's estimated that 13% of any community has hearing impairment. When you cover your mouth like this, it becomes really hard to lip read, which is the primary way of understanding in that when you have that kind of hearing impairment. So this funding would be to support clear masks and the distribution of clear masks. And then any excess funds that are left over that aren't needed for the clear masks would be directed to other types of PPE as they are needed and as the requests come in from our own departments or partnerships. Digital equity improvements, we're really excited about this one. We're asking for $75,000. That would allow the city for the first time to create a backbone for a Wi-Fi system that would go up on Ensign Peak, and it would enable our city to put some mobile multi-point public Wi-Fi stations. Now, these are ones that we could move as the needs shift in the future, but this is an enormous step in bridging a digital equity divide for us. So, and I just want to give a shout out to Aaron Bentley and the IMS team for working as fast as they can to make huge strides in digital equity on the west side of Salt Lake City. The next one is West Side PPE, and that's with the Association for Utah Community Health, $25,000. It's the community-based workers who go out and do a multifaceted wraparound service approach to people who have been impacted by COVID-19. And of course, that is being supported by a number of other organizations, not only ours. The City Arts Grant is the next one at $25,000. The Arts Council would like to use this funding to create a grant category that's modeled after national programs that are working to enhance racial equity in the arts. We know that our communities of color have been disproportionately impacted by COVID, and the funding for this grant program would particularly work to support the artists of color in Salt Lake City. And it could also be used to do digital or develop equity and inclusion training, and planning or professional development could also be eligible to receive some of those grant dollars for arts institutions. The next one is Water Assist, $25,000. You all probably know as council members that we have had a Water Assist program since the 80s. And it's administered by the Salvation Army, and it helps hundreds of residents every year paying their public utilities bill. With the COVID pandemic, though, there have been fewer donations coming into that Water Assist program and an increased need, and the program is down to its last $500. Typically, or periodically, public utilities contributes about $10,000 a year. But with $500 left in the coffers, this $25,000 would go a long ways to helping Salt Lake City residents get back on track with their utility bills. The next one is the 4th Street Clinic, $150,000. And you may have seen in their parking area that they have some COVID tents set up. These are tents that are very temporary. They are not suitable for the winter months. And they're not robust in that regard. So the county is going to be purchasing new winter appropriate shelters for that clinic for about $250,000. And that's a big cost savings over the proposal to rent, which is about $750,000. So the county's asked the state and the city to potentially do some cost sharing here. And that's what this proposal of $150,000 is. And we are in the process of, with emergency management in the city, of asking for a specific breakdown of expenses to see if we can, whether the option of purchasing equipment could be considered a city asset, and would it be returned to us therefore after COVID is over. And so we'd be happy to give you an update on that. The county has already initiated the order, and we'll let you know when we get that information if the council's interested. The next one is the accelerator program. I like to call it the Salt Laker card. As you know, it's modeled after the Angelino card in Los Angeles in a partnership with Mayor Garcetti and the Accelerator for America. And they worked to put basically Discover cards that are loaded with some amount of cash, depending on the family size, into the hands of Los Angeles residents at or below the federal poverty level. We were selected as one of 10 cities across the country to receive a $50,000 seed grant to start a program of our own. And so here in Salt Lake City, we're focusing it in a different way, not just at the people at and below the federal poverty level, but we're trying to get some direct cash assistance to a population in our city that hasn't received funds from other sources, people who didn't get a check from the federal government. And despite paying taxes, if they are undocumented or they're unbanked, or their family has mixed citizenship status where one family member is not being documented, they haven't received support. So our city is teaming up with the Community Foundation of Utah, who will help liaison the funds to the populations and organizations, community-based organizations, who are going to help us connect with those populations in Salt Lake City. And we will be working to support those organizations with their administrative costs of making that distribution happen. But this $25,000 will go a long way. It'll be in addition to the $50,000, and we are excited to launch the fundraising initiative publicly. The last section here is the budget proposals aimed at the long-term equitable COVID recovery. Salt Lake City's never done an impact bond, and our very first one on the list is a $50,000 request to work with the Sorensen Impact Center. We would like them to conduct a feasibility study on innovative financial tools that the city could use to create greater social and racial equity in a permanent way for Salt Lake City. So the project would be novel for us, and we are pretty excited, and the Sorensen Center sees a lot of potential for us to come up with some tools we've never used before as a city to increase equity, and that could be anything from expanding pre-K infrastructure or short-term trainings in high mobility and high wage jobs. It could be around healthcare innovation and technology. It could be around gender equity and entrepreneurship for women. There's a whole bunch of ideas, and this funding would support that feasibility study to refine that and bring it back to you. The second one is the Suazo Center $25,000 request. This, as you know, the Suazo Center, they work with Spanish-speaking businesses. They facilitate development and empowerment of new and existing diverse entrepreneurs in the city and beyond. This funding would obviously assist the Suazo Center in the critical work that they do and their mission, and it would also allow the city a seat on the center's advisory board. So that would create what I believe is a really important permanent relationship. Well, I should say is for as long as that can last, for $25,000 between Salt Lake City and the Suazo Center, as we have relationships with with the Chamber of Commerce across the street and other business supporting entities around the city. This is an important one that we've missed. Youth and Family is a request of $1.6 million. And this one is, it's really exciting, and it's a huge expansion for us as a city when the overarching theme of conversations that I've been privileged to listen to since the end of May. No matter what the tenor of the conversation is, there's this overarching theme of providing greater connections of support to our youth, and particularly in areas of low socioeconomic. And expanding Youth City is one of the greatest tools that we have as a city to offer our youth a safe, inspiring place of connection and for their educational stability and support, and to connect them with careers of the future for success and friendships, I think, that last and help them succeed and be thriving members of our community. So this 1.6 million would expand our Youth City programs. It would take some of the programming from 3 hours a day to 9 hours a day, which then in turn, as you know, there's an economic effect with that, as families facing incredible childcare costs or leaving their kids alone while they go to work could find some great support through Youth City with this expanded 9-hour program. And there's an attached memo that will give you lots more details and great people on our team who can answer questions as we get into it. But obviously, I'm pretty excited about this, and I thank Kim Thomas and her team for working really hard already, but still wanting to do this with all of their hearts. It would be a really wonderful expansion. And the last piece is the rental mortgage assistance rapid rehousing. You know, and I'm grateful for the 1.1 million that you budgeted from Budget Amendment 6 at the end of the last fiscal year for the 1.1 million. And we're going to keep working to crank the HUD dollars from CARES through the processes so that we do a robust and transparent process in dispersing the future CARES dollars that come through. But just wanted to let you know that we're going to keep working on rental assistance, mortgage assistance, and bringing you more proposals in the future. Any questions I can answer?
Councilmember Valdemoros.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for all the information. I thought the CARES Act funding that we're hoping to get for rental mortgage assistance and rapid rehousing was going to be the reimbursement of that money we already approved to fill up back up our coffers, and not to disperse as well.
So that's true of the 1.1 that was distributed or was allocated from the general fund. Though that we are looking to reimburse on that, but there's over $8 million more in rental mortgage assistance that we are looking to disperse in the future. And I was alluding to that those future dollars coming through. So the 1.1 I hope is not the end of that support.
Okay, then on the Suazo Center, so this $25,000 is it a grant or like a contract where we work, like what's the system there, like what's the outcome of the Suazo Center? What are we asking them to do if we are asking anything?
We're not asking them to do anything more than their normal work and mission. And that is what advisory board seats contribute to be on the advisory board. And if Rachel or Ben need to correct me on that, you can jump in, but I asked for a confirmation on that recently, and that's what I was told.
Okay. And
we make contributions to the chamber as well, the Salt Lake Chamber of Commerce.
Okay.
May I just add one little piece to that, Mayor and Anna? I think already as a city, we're relying on the Suazo Center as a key part of all of the outreach. And so we're right now quite dependent on them. So this would help so that we're a contributor, is my understanding.
Thanks, Cindy. That is true. And I think that reliance isn't new with this administration or with COVID.
Okay.
There've been other outreach efforts and initiatives that we've asked them to assist in and participate in, where I think the city should have been compensating with the board participation in the past. But
Yes.
Okay. And then I think, let me see, sorry, one more thing here I have in my notes. So is it possible to set aside some funds for sanitation, you know, to help, you know, prevent spread of COVID, help support the population of individuals without shelter, potential increase of homeless populations because of COVID. Have you guys thought about that, or can I make that request that we set aside some funds for the future cleanup and help of these populations?
I know that the county received quite a bit of money for related to COVID homeless assistance. And I don't know if Rachel has any details on if they've dedicated some of those funds yet to cleanup efforts, but I do think that let me scroll to it. There's the PPE request of 150,000 that we would like to do for the clear masks for our hearing impaired community members, but where we said that any additional funds could be directed to other types of PPE or and perhaps that could extend into those kind of efforts, but I'm not sure. Rachel, are you on, and do you have any smarter thing to answer on that?
I doubt I have anything smarter to answer, but I'm happy to follow up to get more specifics on how the county is using their CARES dollars for homeless services. If that would help you make some kind of a determination or recommendation going forward, happy to do that.
I thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Mayor. I think it's important for us to be super clear, and maybe I don't know where the miscommunication is, but I need to explain to my constituents what we're doing as a city, things that we can do for the sanitation, and then what the county is doing. Either we're doubling the work, or we're partnering up, and they take some days to go clean, and then we do. And then these other dollars that are coming in, I need a clear answer so I can answer to my constituents more clear and explain where we are. Otherwise, to me, in my head, it's all over the place. And if it's all over the place, and for the constituents, I'm sure it's maybe even more all over the place, and it's unclear, and that creates a little bit of anxiety to all of us and creates frustrations. And so if we can get a clearer understanding on this sanitation system that we have right now, what we do, who we hire, what the county does, what they're expecting in addition to what we already do. I'm not sure how the whole thing works, but I would love to have a report. And if we need to fund more or set aside some funding, happy to discuss it with the rest of the council members if they agree. But like I said last week, it's becoming out of hand, and there's an urgency here. So I'd keep that in mind. Thank you.
3 things in response to that. One is that you all created this 50% subsidy for cleanup costs on private property, which is something the city has never done before. Second, county council members represent your constituents and my constituents too. And I would hope that you would be connecting them with the county council members or County Mayor Wilson, who have homeless services and homeless assistance COVID dollars, which we do not have as a city. They have many millions of them to spend, and that this could be, if clearly this is a priority to Salt Lake residents, and that's part of the role of Salt Lake County council members to hear from those constituents. And the the third piece is that we could, the city is not going to hire cleanup people. That is a health department and a specialized team that is not our purview to bring on health cleanup officials. That is the county health department. So if the council wants to have a discussion about infusing the county health department with additional cleanup dollars when they also already have these CARES homeless dollars that they could be allocating for it, that's up to the council. But clearly the county is receiving the support that they should be from the federal government to meet these expanded needs. And we could have a conversation with the health department, or the council could schedule that. I know that you've had Gary Edwards and Mayor Wilson on before, but I think to this point, perhaps some small group meetings or something in the interim would be appropriate.
Okay, so Mayor and Rachel, then what do we offer our constituents in terms of cleaning up of the public right of way that belongs in Salt Lake City? What can they expect from us?
And Councilmember Valdemar, so if I'm the conversation we had last week where the council clearly directed us to come back with a proposal is still happening. So you don't see that in the budget amendment before you. That budget amendment had already been transmitted when we met last week. But that doesn't mean that it's not happening. And your point is well taken, and we are working hard to respond to that direction, to put together, exactly what we would want to see in expanding, our ability to assist with advantage services or with whatever different, the different capacities that we have to help keep areas clean and to help, mitigate those impacts of unsheltered homeless populations, both for the actual individuals experiencing homelessness and the neighborhood. So that work is still happening. We will bring you that proposal. It will include the elements that we talked about last week, and you will hopefully soon know what we would be proposing, what the results would be, and what those different roles are. And I understand that the county piece is something that we didn't talk about last week, but I think that that's an important component here that we can flesh out more.
Okay, but I didn't understand. I thought the mayor just said that we do not hire cleaning people.
I think, well, I'll let the mayor say what she said, but
I thought Advantage Services is cleaning people that we hire.
We don't have city employees who
That's
we
right.
don't have city employees who do camp cleanup abatements. That is a health department function. That does not mean that we don't contract for those services through other means.
Okay, hold on. So we have can you say it again? You cut off. So the city, we hire somebody to go do the camping abatement cleanup. We
No.
don't.
No,
whatsoever.
that is the county health department function. So they do the actual abatements, which is probably a more technical term that is not what we were talking about last week in terms of bio-waste cleanups and various locations and things like that. So the encampment cleanups are kind of a different level of cleanup that isn't something that we have traditionally performed.
Okay. All right. So and then who does the other clean? So the regular cleanup, or not the abatement, so if a constituent calls the city and says, hey, there's biohazard waste outside my house, who do they call to come and clean up? Is it our responsibility, the city, to go find somebody that could go clean up, or do we need to send them to the county so the county comes over and cleans up?
If HAND is contacted for, through the app or through any kind of normal contact procedure, my understanding is that we contract with Advantage Services to do some of that cleanup with residents or on private property. I'll wait for Lonnie or somebody to jump in if I'm messing that up, or if I'm getting that, if I'm off. But the health department does the actual abatements of camps.
Okay, so one thing is a cleanup, one thing is the abatement. So if a constituent calls Hand will call Advantage Services, ask them to go clean up. Salt Lake City, as the local government, pays Advantage Services.
Yes. There is money in the budget allocated to Advantage Services to do those cleanups.
Okay. Right, so it's not like it's not that we hire Advantage Services and say, hey, every 2 days, go clean up. It's just a phone call.
Well, but although when you see, I think it works different ways. So, we can have that function with Advantage Services, like we have asked on 8th West and North Temple to go at regular intervals for cleanups. So it can work that way too. It's just
down to the clean team.
Yeah, sorry, thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you for the information. And if I have, I should send you an email. I will send you an email. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. So I wanted to thank Councilmember Valdemar for those questions. Everything that you brought up is also of concern to District 5. So I would also be interested in the conversation as to what really is the city's job and what is the county's job, because it's also a little bit unclear to me, and I have a hard time telling my constituents when they contact me about concerns in their neighborhood or behind their house or things like that, what we can and cannot do or what we will and will not do. And I'd be interested in a more detailed discussion with the county as to what their plans are for those dollars, and to see if there's ways that we can partner with them, and so that we aren't doubling services, but that we're increasing services together, and so that hopefully it's multiplied rather than duplicated. I would be interested in that conversation.
Let me let Mayor Mendenhall just respond briefly, and then Darren will go back to you.
Thanks. I think that this conversation really shows that it would be helpful if we had a chart that illustrates the type of request, what this, who responds, if it's the city or the county or the city supporting the county, and perhaps our office and maybe council office can work together to make sure we're framing that in a way that is digestible for residents as well and can be shared. So we'd be happy to work with you on that.
Yeah, I would just very, very briefly, Mayor Mendenhall already knows that I met with Downtown Alliance last week, and these concerns were really at the forefront of their mind. Not so much the camp abatements, but smaller messes, or them asking for us to try to, if the city would expand the ambassadors program and things like that. So I think it would be great to if we could get some more coordination between the council staff and staff on presenting that information to residents and businesses. So I'll go back to Councilmember Mono.
I have a couple other questions on the budget amendment, but they're not related to homeless services. So I don't know if we want to wrap up that conversation first. If there's anyone else.
Let's go. Yes, let's go to Councilmember Johnston and then Councilmember Rogers.
I'm not going to speak for the administration or the county at all. However, my experience is that they are working together. When we talk about county health department abating camps, we're talking about a camp, which is probably a structure, a tarp setup, a tent, a group of people who are sleeping in that sort of setup. It's not about folks loitering. It's not about folks walking through the unsheltered on the street or the sidewalks. A camp abatement is really people who are literally camping, and they come through and they have to clear that space out. That's the county taking the lead on coordinating that. although the city helps out a fair amount. We're talking about Advantage Services. I think that contract, and this is just anecdotal, I think we're really using that contract heavily right now. And we may have to talk about a budget amendment or some further funding in the year, but I think we need to see what the budget looks like from them and see how quickly we're burning through that money. There's also a question about public and private property when we talk about this, so that in my experience, the city has been pretty flexible in working with some landowners to try and help. But if it's not always a guarantee that if it's on your private property, the city's going to come and clean it all up. So it's going to have to be a discussion between a landowner and Michelle Hoon, the city, to figure out a workable solution in those situations. So that I think I agree with the idea that the mayor put forward about a clear visual way to sort of differentiate this, but on the street level, it's not very clear sometimes, and it's not easy to differentiate either. So it is tough.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnston, Councilmember Rogers, and then Councilmember Fowler.
No, Andrew talked to Councilmember Johnson, spoke on a couple issues, private and public property, that I was going to discuss, but my other supporting statement would be to Councilmember Mono, and that would be that we look to the county council and we use them as a resource and saying, hey, these are issues, because maybe they're not hearing from us enough, to put that on there. I think a fact-finding night to see, what's changing, because it's always changing so rapidly when it comes to homeless issues as well. How much is the state going to participate? How much are they not going to participate now? How much funding are we losing because of that? And look at the county as well. I think that would be, extremely important, especially for this younger council, for all of us to understand where we're coming from and seeing the lack of funding and the funding sources that we've lost.
Okay, Councilmember Fowler.
Mine is off the subject, so I will wait till after Councilmember Mono.
Okay, thank you. Anybody want to comment any further on this little sub area? Okay, then I'm going to go back to Councilmember Mono to ask his other questions about the budget amendment. Go ahead.
Thanks. My first question is about the Youth City funding. I think I've been contacted by several constituents concerned about this, with how are they going to go to work if their kids aren't going to school. And so I'm grateful that that's included. I wonder if we've done any coordination with the school district with how to deploy those funds. I had a conversation with my school board counterpart, and the discussion was, the school board doesn't really do childcare. It's not really their mandate, but they do have buildings and they have HR support and they have things that maybe could help, if we were to invest in those things, help those dollars go further. So I'm interested in how, if that conversation's happened and if we can make those dollars stretch as far as possible. And then the second question was, during the original budget adoption, we had sort of signaled that these COVID CARES dollars would go towards communities of color. And I think some of the proposals that you brought before us today do meet that. I wonder if there's other things that I'm not understanding, how something like Youth City that maybe isn't specific to that could be targeted towards those communities.
Darren, or Councilmember Romano, I'll start with the conversations with the school district. We've had quite a few conversations with the school district. I've asked, and as you know, the interim superintendent, Larry Madden, is sort of recently in, but we've had several conversations even there about the space opportunity of the schools and Youth City programming able to fit into spaces that were literally built for kids anyway. We haven't been able to come to a place where they are saying, yes, come on in, but Superintendent Madden has expressed acknowledgement that that is a great opportunity for us. So we're going to keep, pushing that opportunity forward. At this point, the schools haven't said yes, but I hope we can get there. I think they've had a lot on their plate, and it's good that they have a superintendent in there now. Hopefully we can move that ahead faster. We would love to do that.
if there's anything that we could do to support advocating with maybe the school board for that, let us know, please.
Thanks. Thank you.
Darren, I know you had a second question, but my question is relates to you, City. So if I may.
Go ahead, Councilmember Fowler.
Thank you. So clearly I want to support our families that are our youth and families that are being affected probably more severely than I am with just 2 dogs, right? And have the ability to stay home and work and not worry about educating anyone. So I am interested in this. I would like to learn a little bit more, and I'm kind of looking at maybe staff, Mayor, I don't think that we need to answer this question now. This is more of a call for a small group meeting about the services. $1.6 million is a lot of money, and I want to make sure we're spending it in the right place. And to Darren's point, sort of leveraging as much as we can those dollars. And I just go back to thinking about the other programs that we already have that through nonprofits throughout our city that didn't get very much funding from us this year because of different processes. And we were nervous about spending money and all valid-ish reasons. I think maybe some of them I would disagree with, but that is what it is. And so I want to make sure that we're also looking at not reinventing the wheel if we don't have to. And I know Youth City is already a program that is there. I feel like I need a little bit more information on that, knowing that we have other programs that are also serving our youth and our families right now and are struggling. And so just that I'm not supporting it. I'm saying I just need a little bit more information about some of those things and how it coincides with other programs that we already have throughout our city.
Yeah, we're happy to do that and have that conversation. I want to remind everybody that we did get grant money for this Youth City expansion, for particularly in the Fair Park area. So we're leveraging money that the city was successful in receiving through a grant. And I can't remember off the top of my head how much that was for, but maybe Lisa can. But we'll be happy to facilitate that meeting. And I'll just be frank that the school has made it really clear they have no money to bring to this conversation. And we're talking about space, and obviously it costs money to operate in a space, but the city's interested in using that space because it's a lot cheaper than building new spaces and retrofitting old spaces to be appropriate for children when they're already built that way. So we're doing everything we can to get other dollars in here. But we'll offer that meeting, council members.
Councilmember Mono, did you have more questions?
No, I mean, I kind of already asked it. My question was just with how these monies, this budget amendment, the money allocated within it will go towards communities of color. I know some of them are kind of obvious and others might be less obvious, but I just want to make sure that that stays on our radar.
Okay, Councilmember Dugan.
I'm just going to change the subject a little bit on, but the budget side of the house, 1.6 for the youth is great. My one question is on the 1.1 for rent. What's the estimate we're saying? How long is that going to last, and how many houses would that or families would that support?
Yeah, and again, that was done already in Budget Amendment 6 at the end of June. That when I was a council member, and I hope someone else, like anyone on my team or maybe Jennifer Bruno, but when I was a council member, we were looking at CAP, the Community Assistance Program, who we routinely contribute to for Salt Lake City residents to some degree. The average rental assistance request was about $700. That was not COVID times, but that was, I'm faced with eviction. I've got this back payment on my rent. This is how much I have. 700 was the average. So it's really back of the napkin. And mortgage is different, obviously, but that breakout, I think you may have it right there, but I can tell you really quickly. And of course, the breakout was based on the Jim Wood work with Kempsey Gardner Policy Institute, looking at what our needs probably are, the ratio of needs. So we did 750,000 of that 1.1 for rental, and 250,000 for mortgage assistance, and 100,000 was rapid rehousing. So if you do the $700 math, the hand people are probably throwing their shoes at me at the computer, but that's a very approximate way to calculate it.
So that's 1,500 months worth of rent. So however you want to divide that by 3 per person. So you're talking 500 families for 3 months. I was just trying to do the math for the public who is listening and saying, hey, 1.1 million is a lot. And I'm just saying, hey, that's 500 families for 3 months is back of the napkin.
When we were talking to CAP around affordable housing support in years past, they receive hundreds of requests every month from Salt Lake City residents. And that was without a pandemic and the economic downturn that we've seen. So they don't typically, to my knowledge, do like call us back next month and we'll help you again. There's certain criteria for how often that support happens. And that's above my pay grade now to go into those details.
Right. I was just trying to get my hand around and let other people realize that 1.1 goes very quickly because we have a lot of support, and that CARES Act, when you talk about families needing help and youth needing help and other things, we don't want to throw them out in the streets because that causes other problems. So that's where that 1.1 is gets drained fast. So we have to.
Yeah, it sure does. And an important criteria for all of us has been that the distribution partners that we work with all of our residents, regardless of their status. So again, some residents, perhaps even many residents, didn't receive those federal support checks and haven't been able to access other COVID support dollars out there. That this is an opportunity to support our residents in that way. And that Salt Laker card, the accelerator request of 25,000, are 2 new ways for us to support our residents who haven't been.
Okay. Councilmember Johnston, did I see your hand up?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Mayor, I'm really impressed with the breadth of the requests here and the impact. There are some things I'm going to have some questions about details, but I think similar to Councilmember Fowler. There's some technical stuff about what a Wi-Fi backhaul and ensign peak is and exactly how that would function for the neighborhood. We can do that offline. I do want to put a plug in for the youth-focused supports. I represent a district with a lot of kids, and I think a lot of parents right now in Salt Lake don't have really the choice. They're going to be at home for a while. Maybe the whole first half of the year. I'm just not sure how that's going to go. And I'm really concerned about so many of the kids not having support to get any work done, period. I'm not sure how much got done the last semester of last school year. And we could look at potentially a full year loss for some kids in their educational plans. So the youth city expansion, while there's some details I'd love to have so I can get out to the community. If it goes to longer hours and can do some more support, yeah. The other thing that I wonder about is a place like Neighborhood House, which is providing childcare and is subsidized already and does a sliding fee for families. If there's a way we could look at their support for more of the younger childcare for families to get through this initial phase. Again, I think we're getting month to month trying to survive right now. And I'm worried about the first few months of the school year and the effect on the kids and families. So just a request to put into the administration, perhaps even talk to them. The last question I have is we do have some online, some list of the housing resources and some other city supports. I think some state also on there. I think it would really be helpful if we could find a way to get everything in one place. And I've asked the council staff maybe to help with this by topic. in English and Spanish so we can get this out as quickly as possible with a way for folks to access it. Just so it's easier to understand the variety of supports out there right now, and maybe how quickly you can get access to them. With anything like that currently, I just haven't seen it perhaps.
Did you frame that as a question, Andrew?
Yes, please. Do we have anything like that?
I was actually typing your idea of connecting the other childcare opportunities because we've been working on with those second and third tranches of money, looking at supporting other private preschool enterprises or at different kind of grassroots level ways. So I'm sorry that I missed your question about if that exists. What is it that you're asking?
I know we have some lists of city resources, COVID resources for rental assistance, mortgage assistance, and some other things. If we're adding in the accelerator program, the existing rental and mortgage supports, the water assistance, youth city, all those kind of things, do we have a concise list of resources that families can access in English and Spanish for sort of by topic? So if they say, here's a need I've got, how do I figure out where if the city has anything that can help me right now?
Yeah, that's our intention with the COVID-19 list that's on slc.gov /mayor/COVID-19, and I'm happy to put that in there. But there's a general FAQ list at the bottom that we keep updating. One of those is, what if I can't pay my rent or mortgage? And it directs people to the AMA we did on housing support and a document with rental assistance connections. There's a lot of things on this FAQ list. And like I said, we're happy to add to it if you think that we're missing something or there's questions that aren't being asked. But I'll pop this into the chat, and we appreciate feedback from any council members if it's filling that need.
Thank you, Mayor.
There you go. Yeah, thanks.
Any other questions on this item?
Council Chair, Director Gus Jensen has her hand raised.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Cindy Gus Jensen.
I just was a few topics back on the types of cleanup and that type of thing. We'll work with the mayor's office on just getting clarity on that. I think was just an unfortunate miscommunication. There is a problem with Salt Lake County, and then they seem to have changed their policy or resource level that's available to do the big camp abatements. Then it's an entirely separate thing, I think, as was discussed, that the council wanted to have funding to add to either Advantage Services or another contractor to help mitigate the problems that neighborhoods are seeing in the public way and that type of thing. So we will work with them on that. I just wanted to clarify two problems, and the county has recently apparently changed their role in the big abatements.
Okay. It's sort of concerning. I didn't know about that.
Well, I mean, they just said lately that, and this is just my understanding, that they will coordinate and supervise cleanups if the city uses their own resources. But it seems like they're not playing the level of role that they used to play. And I think we have an inquiry to the county already on that, but we'll follow up.
Okay. Thank you, Cindy. Anybody else have any questions? Okay, we're a little ahead of schedule, and we are at item number 7 on our agenda, which is a tentative break. So we'll go ahead and take that break. So if everybody could just come back at 4:10, that's same break time amount, and we'll just keep moving through the agenda.
Mr. Chair, just one more thing on the budget amendment.
Oh, sorry.
If there's any follow-up questions that council staff can help facilitate getting answers to from the administration, just let staff know and we'll follow up.
Okay, thank you.
you.
are at item number 8 on the agenda, which is the crossing guard contract alternative. And Allison Rowland from the council office, Lorna Bowe, Director of Public Services, and Jorge Camaro, Compliance Division Director. But I think Jen Bruno, you might be doing the briefing instead.
Just filling in for Allison.
Okay.
So because I know less than anyone about it, I'll turn it over to Lorna to address.
Okay.
I'll track questions for Allison though.
Okay.
Thank you, Council Chair. I think Jorge's on here. Maybe he's just getting himself ready. Jorge, jump in if you are on here already.
Yes, he's here.
Okay,
I'm here.
great. Do you want to go ahead and kick us off?
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity. As I was introduced by Jen, my name is Jorge Chamorro. I am the compliance director since a little bit over a year. Right now, one of the programs that we manage within compliance is the Crossing Guard program, as you are well aware. And in this particular occasion, we are just asking to reallocate some of the funds that are already in our budget for this program and move them from contracted services back into personal services. The reason why we're asking, as you may have seen in the staff report, for many reasons, and this is pre-pandemic, the contract that we awarded back in October was never active, materialized for many reasons. Also, as you may know, school was shut down 3/4 of the way through the school year. So we kind of enter a limbo in this program. But now that we are ramping up with a new school year, although we don't have certainty of when students will go back into the school buildings, we want to be ready, and this new school year will bring some challenges, but we, as I mentioned, want to be ready with staff, with the funds needed to be activated when the time comes. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
If I can jump in there, you may recall when we did our budget presentation, I think it was Councilmember Johnston who asked, when will we know that this contract won't work or will work? And it became pretty clear that it wasn't going to work. They're asking for provisions in our contract that we don't find acceptable, that would still put a huge burden on compliance staff. And we just can't take the chance of them not being a reliable partner in providing the state required services. So Jorge's done a really excellent job. I'd just like to mention that he and his staff have kept the 50 crossing guards that we've had contact with engaged throughout this really uncertain time. And so they're still in touch with us on a daily basis and are ready to resume work and are very eager to get back to work. So he's got everything dialed up to take over the program again.
I'm sorry. Mic off. Any questions, council members? Councilmember Rogers?
So appreciate that. Does that mean that we won't be looking at a contracted future with crossing guards, or is this something we're just going to keep in-house since it failed?
I think we would love to have a contract if we had certainty. We really had high hopes for this one because they've been successful everywhere else. But at this point, it was the market. We don't know what's going to happen after, since COVID. So it's kind of risky for us to say that we will go back to this contract not knowing if they'll be successful at all and not knowing when schools could suddenly go back into session. So it's a little bit of, taking our chances either way. We do have certainty that the compliance division can provide the services really well. It does take a toll on compliance, however. Jorge and I have been talking about it a lot and just don't think we can take the risk of not having it available in the future, perhaps.
And Lorna, if I may add, I would like to add that having the program back in-house will allow the city to respond and support more directly this group of individuals who are committed to the city in providing this service. So if the city decided to provide additional support, it will be within our reach to do that. Whereas with a contract, it is up to the contractor to provide those supports.
Councilor Romano?
What do you mean by those support for the, I assume it's for the crossing guards? And my question, I guess, is they're not working right now. Is there anything in the interim? Are they getting paid in their interim, or is there anything that they could be doing in their interim to keep them employed a little bit? I know it's probably not the only source of income that a lot of these people are relying on, but it certainly is one. So what do you mean by support that we can provide them?
So as an example, during the months of March and April, when we suspended work and they weren't able to accrue any hours, right? One of the main supports was our staff were walking them through the process of filing for unemployment. Because this group of staff have certain limitations, and whereas the DWS provided many ways of reaching out and filing for unemployment in person, which is the one option for many of these individuals, was not available for them. So over the phone, online, we were able to do it and help them through the process. That's one way we can continue to provide support for them. But also, if in the future the administration of the council considers some sort of economic support for them, given the situation, because these are hourly employees that if we don't have available work for them, they are not accruing hours. So that's the status right now for them. They are still part of the city. They are in the payroll, but they are not accruing hours currently.
It is
So, yeah,
something
that could be
to
another.
consider, though. We did try to find other options for them to work. Many of them don't have transportation. Many of them are older and have limitations that way. It was a struggle for us to find those supports. One other thing is Jorge was able to get them bus passes, which has been really important for them to support this workforce, and they've been very loyal to the city. And Jorge, do you want to talk about the wage that we're anticipating paying the crossing guards?
Yeah, if we were able to make this change on the budget, we will be able to increase their wage. That has it is long overdue. With the contract, we were hoping to get them up to $14 an hour, and if we do this adjustment in our budget, we will be in a position to offer $15 an hour to crossing guards, to be more on par to what other organizations around the metropolitan area are offering to crossing guards. For example, Unified Police Department are offering right now $15.25 an hour.
Mr. Chair, if I could just jump in with the logistical step that we need to address, and apologies if you've already talked about it, my internet paused for a minute.
No, go ahead.
And what the administration needs is for the council to straw poll the support to change the approach. You don't need to add FTEs to the budget document necessarily, or even amend the budget, because the budget is already there. It was intended to be for the contract. But they felt that this was obviously a big enough policy shift that needed to make sure that the council supported. So once you're done with questions, just if you could go to a straw poll, that would be helpful.
Okay. Anyone want to propose a straw poll?
I just have a question, clarifying question for, yeah,
okay.
So I see that your department needs about $590,000 or something like that. But it says that it was dependent on, dependent on schools reopening. So in the fall, which is now, since there apparently someone will not open, and if you don't use those funds, what happens? Or are you going to use those funds regardless? I'm unclear. Sorry if I'm asking something I already answered.
I would just like to say that we are not asking for additional funds. These are already in the budget. And yeah, if we end up not spending these funds, it would just be savings for the city at this point.
Okay. All right. Thank
The
you.
majority of it is personal services.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Your mic's off.
Sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Rogers.
So I guess my question is for all of us, or maybe also for the department. This is a really big policy shift from where we were before. Is that something that we want to continue to just go with, or do we want to discuss that? So I don't feel like we kind of made that decision. I felt like it's just being made for us.
Wasn't, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Councilmember Dugan.
I thought we weren't able to get a contract. That's why we had to go this route. Is that true? And was this just going to be a one-year deal?
We were able to secure a contract. However, the contractor was not able to hire enough staff to actually initiate work. So they began the hiring and recruiting process. They came back to Jorge several times, one, asking for more money, and two, asking for a change to the contract that would allow them to staff less than the required number of crossings, which would then put the burden on compliance to provide the rest of the crossings, which is the problem they have right now, is taking officers off the street and putting them onto crossings. So we either have two workforces covering the crossings and a higher wage with the contractor, or bringing it all in-house. The contract has not been formally canceled. Another one of the concerns was their ability to meet the insurance requirements. So part of the challenge has been getting the contract into a condition that the city would accept through procurement. But those are the two main challenges we found with this contractor. And much of this was happening right when COVID was happening, when they were doing their recruitment early in the year. And then we're reporting to Jorge that they were not able to hire the officers. So Councilman Rogers, this has not been canceled. If we wanted to continue with the contract, we could work with this company. We would have to work through the contract details and challenges. Our recommendation was to move it in-house because we didn't want to take the risk that they would not be able to perform, knowing that it's been up in the air with the school district. And we're grateful that we have a little bit of a break until the end of October because we have a lot of training to do if it comes back in-house. But we do have that window if the council prefers that it stay as a contract. It is a big decision, and we were hopeful that we would be able to make this move.
So, Mr. Chair, I don't have a problem looking at this for 1 year, but let's redefine that RFP so that we can send it out and actually not have to go back and forth through a contract, a contract negotiation after they've been selected. I mean, I think there was really some good reasoning behind it when we made sure that it went out. That way, it would alleviate all of the workload on the compliance, so they could get out and actually be doing the work that they needed to be doing. So I really don't want to deviate from that because that was our goal, is to make sure that compliance's load was lightened.
Okay. I agree with that.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak to that? Okay, anyone else would want to propose a straw poll then?
Mr. Chair, I propose that we support the plan to do, the plan presented basically to do crossing guards in-house in the city for this this school year, with the intention that we discuss further throughout the year for next year on alternatives.
Okay, you all heard the straw poll proposed by Councilmember Johnston. Go ahead and indicate your thoughts. All right, and that appears to be unanimous. Everyone has their thumbs up indicating support. So thank you, Lorna. Thank you, Jorge, for presenting on this. Thanks, Jen, for filling in. We will go ahead and move on to item number 9, which is a resolution for public utilities revenue bonds under the WIFIA loan series 2020B. With us for this item, we have Sam Owen from Council Office, Lisa Tarafelli from Public Utilities, Laura Briefer from the Public Utilities Director, and Jesse Stewart, Public Utilities Deputy Director. I see we have Sam here. But I don't see anyone else. Oh, there's Laura. There we go, and Lisa, great. All right, Sam, go ahead and get us started.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The WIFIA loan is a financing tool the Department of Public Utilities was able to secure through a competitive process with the federal government. WIFIA stands for Water Infrastructure Financing Innovations Act, a bond-like loan instrument that's been made available to the department. So specifically for the construction of the new water reclamation facility for the city. So with that, if it's okay, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it over to the department to talk more about the details.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Laura Briefer with Salt Lake City Public Utilities. And we do have Lisa Tarfelli, our Finance Administrator, and Jesse Stewart, our Deputy Director here. The WIFIA loan is the WIFIA program is a relatively new program that's administered through the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. And no one in the state of Utah has actually applied for this type of loan for water infrastructure until we did this last year. And the program provides a lot of benefits to us. As you know, we have a very large infrastructure project where we need to rebuild the water reclamation facility. And currently it's estimated to cost about $711 million over the course of the next several years. The driver of the new water reclamation facility is primarily regulatory, where we need to meet new water quality regulatory requirements under the Clean Water Act and the Utah Water Quality Act for nutrients. And so the rebuild of the project will meet those goals. When we looked at financing the project, we wanted to find a strategy where our ratepayers and the city would financially benefit. And the WIFIA program is one of those strategies where we're able to demonstrate savings to our ratepayers, have a little more flexibility in terms of the terms of payback, and accomplish the project. The WIFIA program will only fund up to 49% of the project cost. The remaining project cost is funded through a bond that you recently looked at this year, the Series 2020 Public Utilities Bond, and then there are anticipated future series of that bond as well for the funding of the water reclamation facility. And so the WIFIA program loan is a very deliberative financial strategy for us to fund this project. And Lisa, do you have anything you would like to add to that?
I think the only thing that I would like to add is that I thought some of the interesting information that has come to light as we work through this loan document is that we had to perform a public benefits analysis, and that will be part of the EPA's press release associated with the project. And even though we had great success with our Series 2020 financing, which just closed last week and had superb interest rates, we did a comparison of that true interest cost of the revenue bond versus utilizing this type of financing at a projected interest rate of 1.1%, and that savings $87 million versus financing. And if we put it on a net present value basis, it's $102 million in interest savings. So that's money that is, you know, saved to the ratepayers and to the city, and will be spread out over that favorable repayment term, with that first payment not even being due on this loan until February of 2029. It is a great tool, and it positions Salt Lake City to be successful in completing this project.
Okay. Questions? Okay, it doesn't look like it. So thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair. One other note only, that the schedule on this item is a little unusual in that the council will consider action on the resolution approving the instrument tonight and then hold a public hearing on September 1st, which will initiate a 30-day public comment contest period where people could provide feedback. So the scheduling on this item is a little unusual in that sense, but it has to do with federal budget timing and state noticing requirements and things like that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, doesn't look like we have any further questions, so we'll go ahead and, sorry, do we need a straw poll on this or anything? Sam? No, okay.
Yeah, no, Mr. Chair, the resolution will be considered tonight at the formal meeting, but there's not a straw poll that's been requested.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Laura Briefer, Jesse Stewart, and Lisa Tarfelli. We appreciate it. Okay, council members, we'll move on to item number 10, which is a digital equity policy for Salt Lake City. And
Mr. Chair,
yes.
it's Cindy. I'm sorry.
Okay.
This relates a bit to digital equity, but it ties back to the budget opening. Lisa Schaefer just sent a text to say that it would help the administration a lot if you wouldn't mind doing a straw poll on the project with the equipment on the mountain, so that they can get Wi-Fi service. It will help actually with digital equity. Public Wi-Fi backhaul is what it's called, and Lisa could give you more information. It's $20,000 to $25,000, and it's similar to what is on the mountain already for the other towers.
Okay, Lisa, do you want to give us more?
Cindy, thank you so much for cleaning up my messes once again. Really appreciate it. We should have brought this up during the budget amendment conversation. Yeah, the timeline involved getting this backhaul installed on the mountain is the only thing that really stops us from providing this service. And so what this backhaul is, it's equipment that we would install on the mountain, and it would be able to provide the Wi-Fi services to public facilities, similarly to what we do already for our city facilities. And so this would provide that digital access to a lot of residents in the city. And right now, the amount proposed in the budget amendment is $75,000 total, but the backhaul is $25,000 of that, which we would have installed on the mountain, and then we would have enough money to do the 3 additional sites, $5,000 a piece, for this public Wi-Fi access to help bridge the digital divide.
So, Mr. Chair, I guess this question is for Lisa Schaefer. Are we looking for 25,000 then on a straw poll in support on this? Or are you looking for 75,000?
You know, it's tricky, right? Because the budget amendment line item itself is 475. The 25 without the 75 really doesn't do anything because the other sites would have to be, installed after we put the backhaul in. What we're really looking for is to see if the council supports the concept of providing this backhaul so that we could get a head start on ordering the equipment and getting it installed quickly.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, James, did you have more?
Oh, no, I was just going to make a straw poll.
I mean, just to be fair though, Lisa, supporting the concept means supporting the 75,000. Right?
You are absolutely right, Councilmember Fowler.
Okay.
I'm looking for a thumbs up on this because of the timing involved in the equipment purchasing and installation. Yes, I'm looking for support.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilmember Repulford.
Hey, Lisa, so can you tell us right now where the constituents log in to Wi-Fi for free that the city provides? What locations and what you're adding?
I'm not sure if Aaron Bentley is on the call, but I know for sure that we have added the Rose Park Connect, which was our pilot project. We've since added the Glendale Sorensen Unity Center, which is where folks can log on for free. Not related to the city, but in partnership is all of the library locations. What we're hoping to do is expand that Wi-Fi access across the city.
So,
I guess
go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Just a policy issue. Is this the type of thing that the current providers of service would have an objection about or go to the legislature about, or is that something the administration has already thought through?
Aaron, do you want to jump in here? I see you're on the.
Yeah, I'm trying to start my video if I can get it to work. Hold on a sec, but I can go in with audio first. So from a policy question on these, we have been working with Kimberly Chitris, who is our legal representative, and have walked through those steps. And so we're pretty much cleared up on those. And if there's any particular questions that way, be glad to answer anything that way. But from that piece, everything seems clear, and also just communication with our community partners on those pieces.
Councilmember Johnston.
I think this is Councilmember Valdemoros' question again, but what does this investment in the backhaul provide us we don't have now specifically? Like, if I'm going to vote for this much money for it, what am I going to tell constituents about exactly what they're going to do? Where?
Yeah, I'd be glad to answer that question. So right now we actually do have a backhaul on the mountain. We've had it for probably 15 years. That's how all of our fire departments, golf courses, other sites that are remote, over the years we've moved them to this backhaul. And one of the ways to do internet is basically like a satellite dish, small dish on your house, and another one up on a mountain. So we've had that, and that is for our city only network. It's a secure network, and everything, all the traffic that goes across that is for secure. So what we would be doing is adding a second satellite dish up on the mountain, another one on Plaza 349. But the data that would go across this network would be wide open public data, where anywhere that you have line of sight to that in the city, and if you look across all the buildings, we have a majority of those, then we would be able to connect that and put in a wireless router like you have in your home. I mean, that's a commercial grade, but that type of approach, and be able to provide free public Wi-Fi to the city. and to its residents. I was on a call earlier today with Peter at the library and talking about potential pop-up or ways that we would do community outreach at these locations as well. So anything like that. If you think of a park pavilion that has power, we could potentially light up park pavilions in certain areas. But anywhere across the city where we have that line of sight, we could then allow for this type of public access. Does that answer your questions on that, council member?
Yeah, I'm concerned there's parts of the city that wouldn't have line of sight and therefore be excluded. And that's where I want to get to. I don't want to overpromise to the public about this. What's our plan for other places?
Yeah, and one of the options we have there that we've piloted a little out at the Public Utilities Building was using the city's power lines as well. So we can do what we call a mesh network, and we're looking into that as well with the same, using the same type of connection, but in those harder to reach areas or different types of connections where they actually put out a Wi-Fi access point out at the Reagan building there, and you could connect to the internet based off of that light post as well. So there's other options that we're looking at for those areas. And for example, one of the things we're doing at the Unity Center for that is we actually have an internet service provider who's bringing in the internet because we need a lot more at that site for all the things we do there. And then we do the exact same thing. So if you were to go over to the Unity Center tonight and look for internet, you'll see an internet out there that's called City-Connect. And that's the new City Connect site out there where we put out there the internet that's public accessible as well. So we have a few different things, but the backhaul should cover, but it won't cover everything. And you're right, because of the line of sight.
So I guess my question, this is one of the digital equity discussion we're going to have coming up, is if we currently have free Wi-Fi at the community centers, Sorensen in this case, libraries have it already, I believe. Our public utilities have that. Where else would the public be able to access, I guess, with this?
So potentially we could look at lighting up other city buildings. For example, around the city county building, we often have requests during the summer to have internet there. So that's one of the places that we could, we could put it on public buildings, all the fire stations. We could put a public connection as well. So any of those areas like that, we do already have it out at the soccer fields, but any space that the council and administration would like, Peter and his group were going to come back with some of the ideas of places they thought would be beneficial. But basically anywhere that we can hit. For example, if funding goes through for U City to have it at Plaza 349, we would expand that to public Wi-Fi around there. I think one of the goals we have is some people do, most people have Wi-Fi at home, but on the west side, we have stats that say that's not everyone. That's why we started Rose Park Connect. But also the home isn't always the safe place for internet. So we just want to provide that. Many cities out there, Philadelphia is a good example. We would like to have a map that people can go and say, here's all the places, whether it be a McDonald's, a grocery store, or anything of that sort. The other piece that's part of this puzzle and will be coming to parks here in probably the next month is we're doing a pilot with project with what we call smart furniture. So we've youth and family and IMS teamed up and we bought some smart furniture. So it might be a bench or it might just be a charging station that's all solar. All we put into it is basically a cell phone type card. And so this could be somewhere in any park that you can sit there and charge your phone and access the internet through Wi-Fi as well. So really just trying to reach out wherever people may be or congregate. Maybe you're watching, your child at a park play, watching a soccer game, and you need to charge your phone and access the internet or something like that. People do have cell phones, but most of the people in our lower income community aren't on an unlimited data plan. And so this augments that and helps out in that way.
Mr. Chair, I support the digital equity initiative, and I think that we have big ideas about how to do this more. But I guess I'm not quite sold on exactly what this particular infrastructure gets us at this point. If we're already trying these things through parks, schools, community centers, libraries, and I'm looking in the neighborhoods and saying how many public buildings are in the neighborhoods versus say downtown. That's where my question comes at this point. So I'm not a no, but I'm still not, I guess I'm not exactly clear the tangible benefits of this particular infrastructure versus what we're already doing.
Other questions on this?
No, I think I agree with Councilmember Johnston. So, Lisa, can you give us some other pros on doing this with a little bit more clarification and tangibles and where and what? I understand that we're talking about digital equity, but what are we with this particular project? What are we trying to solve, like specifically, like because
You know,
it's hard
what I'd like to propose, and I appreciate these questions and this thoughtful discussion, I think what I'd like to propose is that maybe we listen to the digital equity policy discussion and bring forward some of these really pressing issues and the need for this digital equity policy, and then maybe revisit this conversation. What we know is that there are neighborhoods in our city where access to internet and data is a barrier to things like learning and access to even the most basic things that students need for school, the most basic things that people need to access job applications, access to employment benefits. What we know is that there is inequity in our city, and this is one small piece of a puzzle to help alleviate that. It's not the total solution. It is going to take more than one thing to solve the digital equity problem. And so I guess what I'd like to say is maybe, maybe let's listen to this digital equity policy discussion and then maybe revisit this idea of providing the backhaul piece, which would be one piece of the puzzle to helping us bridge that divide. Is that okay, Council Chair Wharton, if we
Yes.
just go on with the next thing?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate, Cindy, thank you for bringing this up for me. I should have brought it up in the budget amendment, but it is very much related to this digital equity conversation we're about to have.
Kira, if you're going to introduce the next topic, I think it's good.
All right, I'll go ahead and jump right in. That did line it up perfectly. I think that Lisa did a great job of introducing it, but I'll add a little bit more of what I had prepared at least. And that is the administration is proposing a resolution adopting a digital equity policy. The policy talks about the need for addressing the digital divide in Salt Lake City, and this has been something in progress for a couple of years, but the last year has really underscored the need in the wake of the pandemic and seeing how many people in Salt Lake don't have access, especially without access through the library. The policy that's being presented is not to be confused with a plan that has specific projects and recommendations outlined. It's more of a vision document and under a guiding policy to help provide decision-making frameworks for investments like the one that's being discussed in Budget Amendment 2. It also gives some benchmarks and standards to look for when selecting community partners to work with. And with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Noel to get to the
bread and butter of the conversation.
Okay, well, thank you. Kira, I think I might have a presentation. Someone might help me navigate that.
Yes, Noel, would you like me to show the presentation or the video first?
Let's go to the presentation. We'll get to the video here in a little bit because I want to. The video helps with sort of our conversation around community partners. So, you know, and if you could just go right to digital slide number 2, that would be great. I think with digital equity, a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, I would have been in a position where I would have been trying to explain why it's important, right? And I think a big part of this equity policy, and the reason I feel like it's a good that it's taken a while to get here is that it really needed a sense of community around it to be successful. And I feel like that is happening, and it's really important because the city can't do it all, and we need to build partnerships and we need to build on our objectives and leverage other elements of the work that we do to be successful. You'll often hear the word digital inclusion versus digital equity. And we went with the term digital equity largely through our public engagement. Dr. Joy Pierce, who helped us a lot with this, she works up at the University of Utah as a dean, felt like the word inclusion was, hey, come along with us, versus equity, which is set the table even for everyone so that they can grow in their own way. And so we changed the name from the digital inclusion policy to digital equity. And it largely covers the same sort of thought, the school of thought, the academics that are happening around it. But the term equity is unique to us in that respect. The elements really are access to the internet, access to hardware and devices and quality equipment, and then access to literacy and access to content that's applicable to a person's daily life. It could be someone who just needs to navigate to do an application process, or for the youth of today, content is so much about their education, their work, their opportunity, and digital literacy means something completely different to them than it does to, you know, maybe my parents who just want to talk to us. If you could go to the next slide, please. So the resolution and the policy, like Kira had mentioned, right, this really is setting the framework for a collection of value statements for the city, objectives, something for us to leverage, something for us to say to the community, this is what we value, these are where we would like to go, help us get there. I think there was a question in the staff report about our franchise agreements and how we might leverage our franchise agreements. And I feel like in the past, it's been difficult for us to leverage our franchise agreements with some of our providers because we didn't have policy to lean on, right? It felt like we were asking for something for free or something like that, but we didn't really have leverage. And so this is important for that, to give us leverage in the future as we make agreements. It gives us the ability to make a strong statement when we're developing future plans like the equity study that's coming forward. It also helps us when we know there are community partners that want to make investments in the city, and we can say, hey, make an investment in our city based upon these policies. And if they do it based upon these policies, then that feels good to them. They're helping us satisfy policies. And it's easier to create partnerships when you have these kinds of relationships and you have these kinds of resolutions in place. So that's largely what we're really trying to do, is set the table for future relationships, for future decisions, and when we can start to get into the weeds through equity studies and, you know, where we're going to point the satellites and things like that. And that's the work that comes after this. If you go to the next slide, please. I'm going to try to move quickly so that we have time for answers. Utah Communities Connect. I think Utah's Communities Connect, before Utah Communities Connect, this was just sort of an idea that was floating out there and it didn't have a place really to live. The library and Shauna Edson at the library and the whole group from Utah Communities Connect has been absolutely dedicated to this effort. And we've got a really great alliance that's forming. We meet often. We've been doing workshops. Last year we did a really great all-day digital equity workshop at the library where folks from all over the state came. And it was a really great exchange of ideas. I hope to do something like that again. It would be really nice if we could do it in person because I think that was really, really helpful. So within Utah Communities Connect, we have all of our providers that are there. We have the libraries, the Salt Lake City Governor's Office of Economic Development, the Salt Lake County libraries, and so many more are participating. So this has been a really great place for us to really start building on these relationships and to do that. And if you could go to the next slide, I'd like to show a video that they put together. We put together last year to talk about the work that the refugee support teams and our library are doing.
One moment, Noel. I need to pull that up through the internet. Give me one moment.
Oh, okay. Sorry. We just push a button. Not sure if this will work for us. Oh, thank you. Is there sound by chance, Robert?
Give me 1 second. No, I had this working this morning. I do not know what is different right now.
That's okay. You know, we can email it out to all of you and you can sit at home this evening and I think it tells an amazing story about the work that everybody went that the community is doing. And I think it tells a really great story about our community partners in the Utah Communities Connect. We'll share the link out for all of you to see it a little bit later.
I can post that link in the chat as well, Noel. I apologize about the inconvenience.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Okay, if we could get to the next slide, we'll talk. We've got a couple more slides, and then we're open for questions, unless somebody's dying to ask a question right here.
I can't see if anyone has their hand up.
Okay.
So.
All right. So the next part is projects, and you've heard one of the projects, which is this effort that we're trying to do with Wi-Fi expansion, right? Trying to, Salt Lake City Connects, build out public access within our public spaces. And we're getting started on that now. We're trying to target our public spaces through the buildings and where we go from there, I think it is a work in progress. I think it's really important to have that access and to build on those opportunities for folks. Another project that is happening that the library is doing through a grant this year through the NDIA, which is the National Digital Inclusion Alliance, are digital navigators. And this is a fascinating program, which I really want to keep an eye on it. And these are folks that are going to support people in the way that need help. It could be helping them get access to hardware, maybe helping them get signed up for one of the internet providers at their home, expanding on their opportunities with software or learning or resident, the work that they need to do. And it's a kind of a come to them model. And so we're really excited about that. It's just kicking off and we're really hoping to see some great success. I feel like that's a model worth building off of if we see success. I really feel that way. The next piece is the youth and family work that we're trying to do. We really want to support the education opportunities right now. So many folks have struggles, right? Getting online, having the kids work through their online assignments, and maybe they don't have all of the equipment they need. And youth and family, this expanded program is going to focus on helping the kids through school, right? It's going to be a little less arts and crafts than what we've normally done. And some of those experiences that we really try to do through our youth, family, and youth and city programming, we're really going to try to help build on that. And we're working with the state right now to get into the Fair Park area to build a computer lab. And we're really hopeful to have all of that information or all of that contracts and funding and all of that stuff tied up in a nice bow here real soon so that we could do that. The other effort, which I think is important, is this continuous involvement with Utah's Community Connect, right? Giving value to these, small groups of folks. It's kind of like the Downtown Alliance for Digital Equity or something like that, the Chamber of Commerce for Digital Equity, and really supporting that work group and our involvement there is very important. It helps us communicate what's needed. It helps us listen. It helps us share ideas. And then our forthcoming equity study, I believe the RFP is nearing sort of some final comment stages, and we should be seeing a final draft of that soon. And we'll let that go and do that work. And we're going to take some advice from that as we move forward. And then one more slide, I think. Next slide, please. So this is kind of interesting. A year or so ago, we were counting Microsoft licenses. And we were in our process of counting Microsoft licenses, we saw that about 30% of our workforce in public services licenses had expired, which means they never signed in to the city network because they would expire. We recently put forward a new workstation and software for our fleet mechanics. They'd always worked where they did their data entry into a central computer and then went back to their workstation. And now they have a Microsoft Surface with a nice work case around it, sitting at their workstation. They're able to enter their work immediately. And as we were setting them up, Todd Loveday, that works with us, was setting up one of the mechanics who'd worked for the city for a long time, decades, got logged in, and he's like, well, okay, and then this is how you log into your email. And he's like, oh, wow, I didn't even know I had an email address with the city. So we wrote a policy within public services because we feel like that's such an important part of how we communicate to our own employees. And I bring this up largely because I think it's also important, like while we think about the community, but we also need to start thinking about the folks that we work with, right? And making sure that that's those little bridges that we divide, that we can cross, right? Helping someone who needs help, right? And programming is really important, but also just sort of paying attention to those folks that are around us and making sure. If you could go to the next slide, you'll see the poster that we set out. We've set up workstations within parks, fleets, streets, facilities, places where we have folks that don't regularly access. We've got workstations now for them to access. We show them how to sign in. We show them how to access the emails. We're showing them how to, giving them those opportunities. We're trying to give those opportunities for the online learning and the online lessons that we have through our Cornerstone program, things like that. And so we feel like this is an important part of this, right? Is it's not always just the public. Sometimes it's ourselves, and it's important to look at that as well. And then last slide, where we go from here. Let's adopt a digital equity policy resolution. We can work through the details and the wording. The equity plan is going to inform us of some next steps, places to do that. And then I think that as we get through this equity plan, we get through those the equity policy, we start really looking at places where we can continue to invest in programming, infrastructure, supporting the effort, but also leveraging the investments of our community who really would like to do that. And through the policy, I think the real strength of this policy is strengthening our community partnerships and using this as sort of a guiding resource, right? If someone says, I have these resources, you can go to the policy and say, this is something within our policy. Let's tackle this element of the policy with the resources you have. And let's hope for a community win. So that's my presentation. Happy to take some questions if you have them.
Thank you, Noel. That was great. I'm sorry that we couldn't get the video to work. Questions?
So
go ahead, Councilmember Valdemoros.
So what we're trying to do here with this resolution, or it's basically saying, correct me if I'm wrong, it's basically saying as part of the services that Salt Lake City provides to its residents, we value digital equity, and we value digital equity in a way that we are going to provide as part of the services, in this case, internet access to all residents of Salt Lake City, or to our residents that need it the most. And the way we're going to do that is providing free Wi-Fi in certain places where these lower income folks can come over and connect and then use it to their individual needs. Is that how
Yeah, that's part of it, but I would be less about us as the provider, right? I feel like yes, we are trying to expand our opportunities within the public spaces, right? But not necessarily, we're not looking to provide an access point to someone's personal home, right? That's sort of outside our realm. But we want to say to those folks that do that work, this is important. The city values it. So if you have a program that helps with affordability and accessibility, let's partner, right? So that we can help promote those programs and help guide people to access within that. And I think that's why I want to talk a lot about partnerships, because I don't feel that the city can do it. right? The city can't do it all, right? And so we just want to be the leaders, providing the vision, providing things to leverage so that folks like CenturyLink or Google or internet providers could do that, or folks like the United Way who offer programming could do programming, or SpyHop is wanting to do a program where they rebuild old computers and then help folks who need a computer have access to a computer, and then we do a training with them. And so it's really, for us, it's largely just helping us guide other community investment as well.
Okay.
Other questions, council members? Councilmember Romano?
I guess I'm just wondering how this, I know that this is all part of maybe a larger discussion in relation to that citywide equity plan. I'm wondering if we imagine that this digital equity policy might shift or adjust once we get that actual citywide plan put together. Are we early in adopting this, or do you see those as kind of separate?
I would see this, I would see that the policy sort of sets the table, and then that equity study, what we start working on are strategies, right? Like really identifying targets, right? That's our targets, right? We're picking targets, saying this is where we need to make an investment. And that's what I hope, is that the policy sets the table, and going forward, we start looking for targets, programs, places where we really want to see community investment happen. So my hope is that this is supportive of that study. We have a number of policies in the city around equity, you know, and they can always change. And the study may say that we need to rephrase a handful of them, right? And we can do that if that happens.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
may I
Yes.
insert? The policy, as Noel has said, has been a long time in coming. And Councilmember Romano, I would say that this is sort of the first baby step into, I mean, we have other things certainly in the city, but this is a first step into really talking about equity in this type of way. So we have had the opportunity to work with the administration, see their draft equity RFP, and this doesn't conflict at all. As you say, it could be updated afterwards, but it's solidly in line with where I think the council is going, and where this RFP is going. So I don't think it's premature. It is, if you could consider it a very first step, that might help, because it's so long in coming. They've been working on it since Google Fiber got here.
Councilmember Johnston, you had your hand up.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm deeply interested in this. I personally believe that internet access should be a utility, like we do other utilities in the city. It's incredibly frustrating to me to watch Google Fiber work for 6 years and still not have it across the city, the infrastructure. So when I look at this document, what came to my head initially was, what has the city done to help that? Because it feels like the city hasn't done much to help that. In fact, maybe to hinder it. And so that's where I'm looking for some nuts and bolts stuff. The first two parts of this draft document are pieces that, as much as I want to work with the private sector, I'm not sure we're going to get what we need from the private sector completely this way, at least to get into where we needed to go. Because from a personal experience living in the city, having to go to a library to sit on the steps on the weekend to get internet access, that's not equity in any way. And trying to pirate it off of other public institutions is not equity in my view. And so when I'm looking at the document, I fully support the document, but I'd like us to look a little bigger than this. as far as how we implement and look at everything from how we're regulating infrastructure into the ground across the city to how we're going to get into individual homes and allow access. We don't force our way in, but if we're not actively, proactively helping with subsidies or figuring out how to make it equitable to get into houses, I don't think we're going to get there. We're going to have a nice policy. We're going to have a few hot spots in certain neighborhoods, but we're still going to have the same problem we've always had. It's incredibly expensive. I keep waiting for the day that Google shows up to my neighborhood. 6 years, guys. 6 years.
Yeah.
And I know we can't do it all ourselves, but without the infrastructure, which goes back to our discussion about using the mountains for that backhaul, I think some details are going to matter a lot here in the discussion. So I just don't want to limit us to say we can't go to that place. Other cities have. It's expensive. It's tough. It's hard. I get it. But if we're not willing to look at that level, I don't think we're going to get to an equity discussion. We're going to have equity maybe downtown for some public spaces where it's dense. We can get some volume into big buildings and those lines of sight. But in some of the neighborhoods, especially over here on the west side, we're not going to get in there.
Yeah. I agree with you there, wholly, right? I feel like, some of the things that we see, there were questions about our franchise agreements and such, right? Our franchise agreement language is largely based upon cable TV and home phone lines, right? We don't receive franchise money for an internet connection. So every time someone shifts to streaming or cuts their home phone, our revenue goes down, right? And so that's tough. I mean, telecommunications law is super complicated, but I feel like that's a big place for us to go. And like you mentioned in the internet as a utility is it if nothing else, this pandemic is proving that it really needs to be a utility. It's essential, almost as essential as a light bulb, it feels now. So there's a lot of places, that use franchise agreements to get a little bit more revenue or to be more deliberate. Portland is an example. I worked with Portland for a long time, especially when the Google was coming on, and they have an Office of Community Technology within their finance division that focuses on policies around that technology, and then they try and put a percentage of that revenue, I don't know the entire structure, a percentage of that revenue towards community investment, with a real drive towards that. And they've been doing it for a long time. And I don't want to say that's an easy lift, because I assume that telecommunications law, federal, state, and all of that is complicated, and shifting through those, they've got a lot of lawyers, but I wholeheartedly agree with that, right? There's a lot of opportunity for structural change.
Councilmember Dugan, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Noah. I really appreciate this, and I really appreciate this presentation and the policy and the vision, because I look at it as, we just had a briefing about Richmond Street and an opportunity zone, and I look at this providing the city, the city becomes an opportunity zone in itself. There is not a break there. You have the communications, you have the ability now to do things that you can't do, and we're targeting a small area in one area for an opportunity zone, thinking that people can walk to their jobs. Well, this provides them that they don't have to walk from their jobs. They can still live in the same neighborhood, but they still have access to everything that they normally don't, especially on the education side. I mean, my wife teaches, and they're like, holy cow, she teaches in an area that they have a lot of opportunity, but there's still kids that don't have access. So this policy sets the stage here, and I think we now look at the city as a whole opportunity zone and not just little pockets across the city. So this is the policy. There's a lot of action that goes into the policy, but I think this is a great step forward. So I appreciate that very much.
Thanks. Yeah, I can go on for a long, long time talking about this. Yeah.
Okay, anything else anybody wants to add or any questions?
Council Chair, if I may just speak a second on this.
Of course.
I'm totally on board with the utility approach, and I guess that's why I'm so passionate about that backhaul is we won't get to the utility overnight. That's not something, I mean, that's a lot of money and we won't get there overnight. But I think if we start looking and we do something like the backhaul, that's what gets us incrementally there. Right now, if you're in the city and you need free Wi-Fi, you can go to the Unity Center or you can go to Rose Park Connect, which the church is offering. You can't go to a school because it's not open. So we have to kind of reach our way into this. And that's just kind of my general concept is we need to get there, but we have to start somewhere. And I think that's where this policy is as well. It's a foot out in that direction. It's not perfect, but if we wait to do these things, every day we wait, someone in our city falls farther and farther behind. And sorry, I get super passionate about this, but every day we wait, this policy has been out there for a couple of years trying to get done, and because of administration issues, we didn't do it. But there's an urgency, and so sorry, I'm overly passionate about this, but this is a way to lift up the people in the community, and we won't do it overnight, and we won't do it with So we've got to start somewhere with this policy, with a little backhaul, whatever it takes to start opening up for those that don't have it. So thanks for your time on that.
Mr. Chair, may I add something real quick?
Yes, Councilmember Fowler.
I have a question and a comment. So my question, I guess I'll start with my comment first, and that's thank you. Noel, I know how long you've been working on this policy. Aaron, I certainly see how passionate you are, and I 100% agree with you. And with Councilmember Johnston, that really we've seen how essential access to internet is, and it should be a utility. So the comment part is I fully support this policy. I think we need to get it put in place and start taking those steps forward. And I would like, this is kind of a note to you and staff, sorry, my computer was weird because I was standing, that maybe to talk more about these franchise agreements and what other cities have done with those franchise agreements. I think that's a very tangible way to move what Councilmember Johnston was talking about forward, to move that needle forward. So I'd be interested in maybe a future small group meeting to talk about some of those more tangible ideas outside of this broader policy. If you don't mind, we can set that up offline. And then I guess, so that's my comment. My question, Noel, how do you see, you were on the conversation for the backhaul. Is that what it's called? I keep wanting to call it a backhoe, but that's a machine that doesn't have anything to do with internet, I think. So the backhaul, how does that play? As we were questioning, supporting this and what that looks like, how do you feel that plays into this policy of equity?
Well, it's an opportunity to just expand our footprint, like Aaron is saying. It's a tough footprint, right? I mean, and I'm not going to pretend to understand all the communications law around this. There was a period of time when I thought I understood it pretty well, but I've stepped out of that a little bit. But it's it's tough. We can't beam to someone's house, right? That's a private place. But in those public spaces, if we can start lighting up our public spaces, that it helps folks that, it may just be the person that wants to sit at the park and stream social media, but because they have a limited access plan, they just can't do it. Or it could be, there are lots of different accesses, but it just gives us an ability to expand our footprint. And that may not be the long-term forever thing that we do, but I feel like it doesn't feel like a huge investment for the opportunity for a pretty big expansion of our footprint. And if 50 kids use it to do their homework, or someone is able to access it to fill out a job application, we did our job, right? It's going to be a lot of recreation, and that's fine. Yeah.
Council members, other questions on this? I don't see any others. I really appreciate Noel and Aaron, both of your passions on this, and even you having, feeling deeply emotional about it. I agree with Councilmember Johnston that it should be, internet should be a public utility, and as Noel said, like, it's never been more clear than it is right now. So I really am excited to take this step. I wish we could go further today. I hope that we can, I know that we will go further soon, and I just hope those changes come as soon as we can help get them through. So.
Okay.
Mayor Mendenhall.
I so appreciate the shared passion around this, and just know that we're plowing ahead, and I think we're pretty, as you can tell from Noel and Aaron, we're tenacious about this. The city has a ton of infrastructure. We have a ton of it, from public utilities, sidewalks, streets, street lighting, like the opportunities for us to work this very basic now public utility into the lives of our residents, I think is phenomenal. So know that we're rolling ahead, and I just love the interest and the support from the council. So thanks for giving me a second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Anyone else have any thoughts on this? Do we need a straw poll? I know it's on our agenda for the formal. Anyone asking for a straw poll? Okay. Then what we do need a straw poll on is the structure at Ensign. Now all I can think of is backhoe, so thanks. Backfiller? Backhaul, there we go. We do need a straw poll on that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I propose a straw poll that we support the administration's plan to install a backhaul as they've proposed to us. I would like to add a request to have an update on how it's being rolled out to the city, the tangible sort of benefits in a reasonable amount of time.
Okay. Anyone have any questions about the straw poll? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Everyone just, okay, I'm in seeing unanimous support from everybody. Yeah, oh good, there's Councilman Fowler, yes. Everyone's a thumbs up. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
so much.
Thank you all. Yeah, thank you all. Thanks for that briefing. Okay, let's move on to agenda item number 11, which is amendments to chapter 18.44, Fire Prevention and International Fire Code. At the table for this, we have Nick Tarbett from the council office, Nick Norris, the planning director, and Jason Bueller, the deputy fire marshal.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll give a quick intro, and then Nick Norris, who is on vacation, can fill in the details. As you said, these are changes that will make modifications to the city's fire code to provide alternatives to the proximity to building requirements. The staff has found the existing regulations have limited developers' ability to construct buildings over 30 feet in height in various locations due to constrictive access requirements. These changes are intended to provide some flexibility when reviewing these proposals. So I'll let Nick fill in the details on that. Bobby, I know we have a graphic we would like to have posted if possible.
All right, thanks everybody. So a little background on as to why we are proposing this change. There's over 10,000 parcels in Salt Lake City where the property line is more than 30 feet away from the curb line. What that means is that when a fire truck pulls up to a building, or let me step back. the fire code requires an aerial fire access road to be within 30 feet of the building face. On those 10,000 parcels, the street cannot provide that aerial fire access. And as a result, one of two things happens. Well, one of three. Either the building can't be built, and so it's limited to 30 feet in height. Two, a developer has to build a private fire access road on their property, which takes up some of the development potential. Most of these 10,000 parcels are in zones that allow residential uses and buildings over 30 feet in height, including our D1, our TSA zones, basically East Downtown, Central Business District, etc. Or three, the developer asks to relocate the curb line so that the curb line is at 30 feet away from the building. Sometimes that can be a significant reduction in our park strips. It takes out bike lanes. It makes it difficult and limits the city's options for how we use our right of way. And it effectively widens the streets to make the streets less safe. This proposal would allow people an option to one of six things to improve the fire department's ability to respond and promote the safety of the building occupants. And Jason Bueller can answer any questions about that and get into any more of the technical aspects. If you can go to the next slide, this will demonstrate what the current code is. And you can see right now the fire code requires that aerial access road to be no closer than 15 feet. That's so that ladders can operate at safe angles and maneuver, trucks can maneuver, etc. But also says no greater than 30 feet. Can you go to the next slide? This proposal, as you can see, expands that to 50 feet, which would account for almost every instance in the city. If one of six things listed in the staff report are included in the construction of the building. So this, if you're a developer and you're building a building and it complies with the current code, you don't have to do anything differently. The street can be used to satisfy your aerial access requirements. But if you're over 30 feet away, then these provide options. One of the big things that this does is that it specifically prohibits relocating curbs to essentially widen the right-of-way to provide aerial fire access. So they're going to have to do one of these things or build their own fire access road. That's all I have. If Jason, if you have anything else to add, otherwise we can take questions.
Sure. The only thing I'd like to add is that most of these fire codes were built around traditional firefighting tactics. These haven't changed a whole lot with building construction, new ways to build buildings, basically. So it used to be very common for us to stick an aerial apparatus up and pull people out of a window. Nowadays, buildings are built so tight with windows that aren't meant to break. They're not meant to shatter. So we as a fire service are evolving with construction. So although aerial access is still important for various reasons, the rescue aspect of it on newer construction is not as common. That's why we decided that it would be okay to give away some of our footage in return to beef up stairwells or hallways, other common places that we will be going to now rescue those people if they need it.
Okay, anyone have questions? Councilmember Mono.
Thank you for bringing this to us. This is really specific and maybe doesn't make sense to a lot of people, but it really is super important, and the current codes have limited development in ways that I don't think anyone wants. So I'm really glad that we have this, and I think that it's absolutely right to move forward with it. I do have a couple specific questions with the exceptions. The 6 options for buildings if they want this changed fire aerial apparatus distance. A few of them don't entirely make sense, or I don't quite exactly know what it means. For instance, the compartmentalized design, which includes 2-hour firewalls that extend from the ground floor to the roof. Is there more clarity in the proposed ordinance as to what that might be, or what types of buildings that's applicable to and which types of buildings it is not applicable to?
Sure, I'll handle that if you don't mind. That basically all of those options that we used are pulled from other areas of fire code. So basically, once a building gets to be a certain height or a certain footprint, it has certain requirements such as safe havens, which would be a compartmentalized design, or a 2-hour fire rated wall. So while those things change the cost and they're not necessarily commonly built in a normal sized building, we gave them the option to provide that in place of the aerial access. So it's just a different way, and that's why we gave 6 options, because it gives them the option of what route they want to go. So as far as a compartmentalized room, basically that means it's fully encapsulated. So if you're in a giant high-rise building that's on fire, where maybe evacuation or rescue is not an option because you may not be in a place where we can reach you, a compartmentalized room is basically, it's fire rated on all sides of your cube that you are in, and basically provides you a safe haven until we can put the fire out and then come and get you. So while I would like to give you some examples of when it would be required or why, it's never simple. It's usually pretty complex. It's usually if this, then that. So, but that's basically what a compartmentalized design means. So while yes, to most people, it probably doesn't make crystal clear sense, to an architect or a building developer with some experience and knowledge of codes, they would know what that means. And that's who would be going into these options to make choices.
I think perhaps linking to those sections of fire code that you reference might help, because I am an architect and I don't quite understand that. And that might be because I haven't done a 75-foot tall building or something like that. Actually, I have, but I think maybe linking to those codes so that it's clear what those mean would help. But the intent of this change, I 100% support.
Perfect. Yeah, we can definitely do that for you. Thank you for the suggestion.
Councilmember Valdemoros, you had your hand up.
I have a hand up earlier. So thank you. Nick, I was wondering, is this something that that will yield better results and better and happy campers in general, like, or do all these requirements propose another layer of issues that developers or people trying to build something bring to the table? And so we're kind of like, once again, putting barriers instead of helping.
Well, from what we've heard, at least from what I've heard, and maybe Jason can weigh in on this too, is that our applicants that we discussed this with like the ability to have the options when the street is from their property line. The other thing that comes into play also are building setbacks. And so if you're already 30 feet away, close to it, and you also have a 5, 10, or 15 foot building setback, you have to basically build a fire access road, which is considerably more expensive than doing some of these upgrades to some of these buildings. So it adds flexibility where right now there is not that flexibility. And more importantly, we think, at least from the planning side, that it preserves our ability to be flexible in what happens within our right-of-way, particularly with our park strips. One thing that we've seen is that we've seen bike lanes go away. We've seen on-site parking in front of businesses go away. We've also seen street trees removed, bike lanes, bus stops relocated, a bunch of things that all to accommodate an extra 2 or 3 feet of asphalt. So the truck, which more than likely is going to park wherever it parks in the right of way anyway, just so they can meet the code.
All right. Thank you.
All the feedback I've gotten has been positive. most people, our city's pretty unique as far as the setbacks, like Nick said. Our city's pretty unique with the way that it's laid out. So this is a problem that's more unique to the Salt Lake City downtown area, especially rather than any other city in the valley. So therefore, everything we've heard is just provides more options rather than being a hindrance to development.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, don't see any. Do we need a straw poll on this?
Mr. Chair, this is being treated like a land use application, so there will be 2 public hearings that the council will set the date for later tonight.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, we will move on to agenda item number 12, which is advice and consent for the Director of Community and Neighborhoods Department, Blake Thomas. Hi, Blake, welcome.
Hi, Chair Warden. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
So if you'd like, you can start by just giving a statement or telling us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in this position, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Okay, great. So thank you again, Chair Wharton, and all of City Council for the opportunity to be considered as the Director of the Department of Community and Neighborhoods this evening. And I also want to thank Mayor Mendenhall and Rachel Otto and Lisa Schaefer for the trust and confidence to put my name forward. It's an honor to be considered to lead CAN, an opportunity I won't take for granted. I promise to work tirelessly to ensure the success of the individual divisions with the ultimate goal of day-to-day actions that lead to the best outcomes for the city. So intentional choices that allow enable a healthy, sustainable, and equitable city. So my goal is to take our shared interests in community health and placemaking, environmental sustainability, and equitable growth, that's both access to resources and access to opportunity, and drive a collaborative vision with direct input from the executive and legislative branches of the city, regional partners, think tanks and nonprofits, and local stakeholder groups and individuals. So CAN is a department that has had a permanent director less than it has had acting directors over the last couple of years. And during that time, our community has experienced multiple earthquakes and a spread of a viral disease and the associated economic dip and its accompanying resident and household anxieties. I think the 7 distinct teams within CAN have done incredible work during this unprecedented circumstance, and it's my hope to provide consistent leadership that provides stability to the 200+ member team. And lastly, I'll say CAN does tangible work that residents care about, and I'm happy city residents care. I think that diverse backgrounds and experiences provide ideas and insights that deserve to be considered by city staff. I love working with external stakeholders and hope to be an effective diplomat for the city on Utah's Capitol Hill as well as our nation's capital as needed. And I also have every intention of frequent and transparent communications with the city's other departments and entities. I was made aware recently of the successes of the multi-year effort regarding 900 South and the 9 Line, and specifically the collaboration between transportation, engineering, parks, fire, public utilities, and many other stakeholders. I believe that that type of work leads to less resident disruptions, work consolidation, and the potential for cost savings. So in summary, I love Salt Lake City. I'm a resident. I'm willing to listen and collaborate with anyone in our shared goal of smart, equitable, affordable growth. So thank you for allowing me to introduce myself and welcome any questions.
Councilmember Rogers.
I guess I have a couple questions, Blake, if that's okay
Sure.
with you. My first one is going to be, how has your time, since we both have served on the Inland Port together, you know, you representing the county, how's your time on the Inland Port helped you understand the West Side neighborhoods?
I think so. So my time on the port was a product of the legislation, as I was previously the Salt Lake County Economic Development Director, where a board seat is included. It gave me a greater appreciation for the west side of Salt Lake City, the stakeholders there. So the West Side Coalition, the West Side Community Councils, specifically West Point. I think there's a lot of great public input coming from the West Point Community Council that I took to heart and was important to me, and especially given my environmental science background, I think is deeply important given the disparities as far as environmental pollution as it's distributed throughout the city. So I think that, you know, I appreciate that input. I was a volunteer board member rather than Inland Port staff. So if I have the opportunity to lead I'm excited to be a staff member who can be more on the ground and taking consistent meetings with community councils as opposed to the volunteer board role I had. I enjoyed the meetings where I got candid feedback, and I thank some of those meetings for falling in love with Chunga's restaurant as a big success. And I think that the port has helped me understand that that Northwest quadrant, there's a desire for economic opportunity and connectivity, while at the same time having environmental protection and safeguards. So I appreciate the relationship I've built with the board members and with the executive director and staff. And they've actually been in touch with me inquiring about teaming up for transportation management plans, for grant funding to get idling trucks off residential streets that are, speaking of fire trucks, not wide enough to let that happen in idling. So I'm an advocate of the city and hope that I can leverage those connections in any way I can to be of benefit to Salt Lake City.
So you kind of highlighted my second question, and that was your environmental science background. I wanted to, you know, you kind of touched on that, so I'm not going to bring that up, but I also wanted to talk about our prior CAN director was from the county too. And the process at the county is a lot different than it is at the city. And you know that. I'm sure you're already well aware of that. And that and our mayor is a former council member, so I feel really comfortable saying this. Our council is extremely active, and we like to know what's going on. We want to be able to give policy even when it might not be welcome, but we like to give policy and direction and kind of make it so that we're all involved and we feel like it is that. So we want to make sure that you have a lot of departments under you. Make sure that they are constantly, you know, feeding information, giving opportunity for us for feedback and that kind of, that would be my only feedback. And I would appreciate it if you continue to advocate as you have in the past for the West Side communities as you did on the port, but you'll just continue to do that. And that leads to my last question, which is equity and making sure that, you know, we know that there's been a disparity in investment and things going on the West Side. How do you see that you'll be able to bring that to a more equitable situation?
Yeah, I think it's important to have that lens through all of the processes that CAN is involved in, and also that leadership vision from the top, where the day-to-day processes are feeding into that broader vision. So I think equitable policymaking and processes, I mean, that can range from ensuring that, you know, housing supply and tenant protections are priorities. I think, you know, I think the city's affordable housing overlay, I think the public wealth concepts that I know your economic development and redevelopment agency are working on, and city-owned assets and real estate present huge opportunities for more equitable distribution of resources. I think, the planning and zoning tools in terms of exploring green zones like you see in Minnesota and Los Angeles and other metropolitan markets with a focus on environmental sustainability and air quality initiatives are all great opportunities. And then also an eye for multimodal design in everything that comes forth from CAN. I think, more inclusive utilization of our large roads, our 132-foot wide typically roads, when roughly 20% of your population can't drive. I think there's a lot that can be done citywide and especially on the west side for tactical urbanism and protected bike lanes, walkability, calming measures and medians. So I think there's opportunities. I appreciate the mayor's initiative with tree planting and the placemaking and environmental benefit that has. So I think there's a variety of day-to-day policies, procedures, and then also proposals that will come out from CAN that it's my intention to have a lens of equity to everything that comes forward and to consider that.
Yeah, Councilmember Valdemoros.
Hey Blake, congratulations on your nomination. I'm excited to have you with us. I think being the department director, I think it's a great opportunity to do two things, especially with new council members, with the new mayor, with the systemic changes that we're trying to resolve. And I feel like this, like I expect from a director to have a really good grasp on the system that they're administering, what's going on, like step by step, like something that it's as clear as possible. So you can walk us through how you're using the money, what are you trying to accomplish, who's doing what, to streamline and clarify, our processes to us, because we need to go tell the constituents. But also it's great that you have this environmental background where you can also think about theory and, how to make policy better for equity and all these other things. So I'm looking forward to both things, for you to teach us what are the best practices in certain things, but also to know exactly what's going on with your budget and where things are going and how it's impacting communities or not, and what we need to change. So
yeah, thank you. I'm excited for I'm excited for the balancing act of kind of, staying on top of metropolitan best practices and the theory, but also I've had the opportunity to meet with each of the division directors and then the team leads, so the 7 total in CAN, and have asked everyone for 3 to 5 homework items as far as background reading and information about the processes and kind of the relevant ordinances or codes or plans or books in relation to their field. So I'm excited to, really dig in so I can understand the processes inside out, so I can have a better eye for improvements and efficiencies, while at the same time still trying to stay at a kind of policy, vision setting place. So I'm excited for that balance. It'll be fun.
Blake, I really enjoyed our conversation. I'm glad that Councilmember Rogers touched on the council wanting to have really active policy roles and being really involved in that. And so I'm glad that we were able to dig deep into some of that. And so I just want to emphasize that, and then to emphasize that because right now we're having a lot of conversations about equity in Salt Lake City, I see CAN as being, a real one of the departments that's really critical to those equity efforts. And so I hope that that you see it that way too, and I hope that your vision for leading the department will include a lot of that, and you'll be part of our equity conversations going forward.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm excited about that opportunity. I agree with you completely that when you look at some of those historic inequities, redlining or other procedures, CAN has a great opportunity to be moving forward and working on making right those historic issues. And I also am excited about CAN because we're in a community where our cost of living is rising, and wage growth is not keeping up with our expenses. And I think CAN is really the tactical spot within municipal government where we can address those issues and shape the future of the city that we want. So, and the commitment from me is I'm happy to share my phone number with everyone. I like communicating early and often, and want to always have an open door, and if you're amenable to be a proactive person in outreaching as well. So
Blake, be careful what you say there. I don't know if you've got me texting. You can ask any Lonnie, Lisa, Jen, Rachel.
I've gotten a lot of emails and texts and phone calls over the past couple of weeks, and being as earnest as I can with drinking from the fire hose. So the offer stands. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, so Blake, we will put your name on our consent agenda for adoption at the formal meeting tonight. You need not be present to win, but you are, of course, welcome to join us. It's at the very end of our agenda, and our formal meeting starts at 7 o'clock.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item number 13, which is a board appointment, the Housing Trust Fund Advisory Board. Scott Culbertson. Scott, are you with us?
Yes, Scott Cuthbertson, glad to be with you all.
Thank you, Cuthbertson. Sorry about that.
No problem.
So if you want to go ahead and just tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving in this position.
Yeah, happy to. And first of all, thanks for the consideration. That's I feel just honored to get to this point, I guess, having had conversations already. And my interest in joining the Trust Fund Advisory Board, I think it really goes back to just how I grew up and kind of the circumstances that that I was raised in, and then having had really, I think, privileged and wonderful opportunities since that time, and being involved in different community activities and organizations, professional and business associations as well, and wanting to give back. I think, that's what it comes down to for me, is wanting to be involved in my community, wanting to put my skills that I've developed over the years to use here locally, and wanting in particular to make an impact for those that are disadvantaged, in which I see as a resident here downtown. I cross paths with those individuals daily, and having been involved in different outreach efforts already, interacting with those people who are disadvantaged, wanting to make a difference.
Okay, great. Any questions for Scott? Okay, well, Scott, thank you so much for your interest, and we will put your name on our consent agenda for consideration or for confirmation at the end of our formal meeting, which starts at 7 o'clock. You don't have to be there, but we welcome you to join us if you would like.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Okay, next we have an appointment to the Community Development and Capital Improvements Program Advisory Board, and that is Elke Upsall.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elke Upsall. Thank you for having me this evening. It's an absolute pleasure. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
That's great. So again, my name is Elke Upsall. I work for Visit Salt Lake, and I'm currently the Education, Social Welfare, Arts, Culture, and Fraternal director of conventions. But while I have a great deal of experience with bid presentations and as well as grant writing and aspects of that nature, my main interest in serving on this board is that civil and public service has always been a great interest to me since I was a young girl. And I think that this is just a really tangible way that I'm able to make a broad impact, which is really important to me. I am to some degree representative of the population that I would wish to serve. I grew up in a single parent home, which was a lower to middle income home. And my mother's success at, thriving at life was likely due to similar programs that these grants are able to put into place. So I have a great understanding of the need and the real impact that these programs can make.
Great. Well, thank you, Elke.
Thank you.
Anyone have any questions? Okay, I don't know if you heard my speech earlier, but we'll put your name on our consent agenda for our formal meeting. And you're not required to be there, but you're more than welcome to join us if you'd like.
Thank you, and have a great evening, everybody.
Thank you, and thanks for being willing to serve. Okay, our next appointment is also to the CDCIP Advisory Board, and that is for Jason Motley. Jason?
Hello, can you all hear me all right?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, thank you for making the time for me on this fine Tuesday evening. I work downtown at Expert Voice, which is a retail sales training firm, as a data scientist. I'm also currently a Master of Economics student at the University of Utah, where I'm focusing on housing policy. So the CDCIP strikes me as an ideal avenue to continue applying what I'm learning in school, as well as it being a great avenue for an interest I've had in public policy for quite some time now. I really like what the committee is doing and how it's focused on creating vibrant urban communities for low-income individuals. I've talked a lot with Ethan, the director of the program, and I really just like how it bridges the gap between areas where the government might be unable to directly provide assistance to those communities, but it can through funding to relevant nonprofits. So I'm excited for the opportunity, and I'm happy to entertain any questions anyone might have.
Anyone have questions for Jason? Okay, doesn't look like it. Jason, did you hear my instructions earlier?
About 7 p.m.
Yes, and that you're not required to be there?
Yeah, I may tune in.
Oh, all right. Well, great. Well, we're happy to have you. So
excellent. Cool. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thanks for your service.
Thank you.
All right. Our last is. Wait, did we get them all? I think we did. Sorry, I thought we had. Oh no, I'm thinking of September. Okay.
That was it, Council Chair.
Yep. Okay, great. So that brings us to item 16 and 17, report from the chair and vice chair. Andrew, do you have anything to report? Okay, me neither. Cindy Guest Jensen, report of the executive director.
I do not. Thank you.
Okay, great. And we are not doing the closed session. Is that right what we decided? I believe. Yes. Okay, great. Okay, so with that, we'll adjourn our work session and then reconvene at 7 o'clock for the formal meeting. Thanks, everybody.